Шановні учасники і учасниці форуму, шановні гості, шановні представники міжнародних партнерів, всі, хто долучилися до нас сьогодні онлайн і офлайн, ми хотіли би почати зараз уже ту подію.
So we'll be starting the event soon that will join. I think all who made it here so early, despite the difficult night. I am Anna Isichko. I'm Deputy Director of Center of Democracy and the Rule of Law, and my voice will be with you throughout the forum to encourage to join the panel discussions or join the networking and communicating to you the information that is important for the forum. I wanted to congratulate everyone who personally is here in person and who is online with us from foreign countries. This is the Jubilee Forum. It's a celebration forum in some sense. It's a waypoint. It's been fifth time where each year on the eve of International Democracy Day we do a communication platform for businesses, civil society, state authorities, local self-governance to talk about reforms that we need for the civil society organizations to stay strong and powerful and to be a partner and support for the state authorities. I wanted to also say that this forum is conducted by the Center of Democracy and the Rule of Law with the Renaissance Foundation in partnership with Kyiv State Administration, Mayor's Office. We're thankful for that cooperation, as well as Public Communication Department. We also have the monitoring discussion that is supported by EU and international Renaissance Foundations as a joint initiative, joining EU together, fostering civil society on the EU accession. We thank all the partners who understand how important it is to streamline resources to facilitate more trust. We are very mournful about those who suffered in Zaporizhia and Sumy region and in Chernomorsk. And the fact that we can do this event here gives us more energy and motivation to not only continue to be a support for our warriors, to give them the opportunity to solve their task and security issues. Before I pass the floor to moderator, in case of air alert and ballistic threat, we will ask you to leave this room and go to the shelter. It's also important that you have agreed not to post any information about this forum until it completes and until it finishes, and not to communicate information about to third parties. So no, please not, and no photos or pictures that can identify where we are into network. So that's about our collective security for each of us here. And the security of our teams. Let me also only tell you that I will pause the technical moderation presenting the housekeeping. I will pass the microphone to Olesya Holopik, Director of Center of Democracy and the Rule of Law, to officially launch the forum and talk to our speakers for the words of greeting. Good morning, dear participants of this fifth forum on legal reform for civil society. Today's forum traditionally is happening in the week of civil society. Yesterday it was started officially. The forum is a traditional platform to discuss the progress of improvement of legal um, environment for civil society. So we will talk about this tradition. We'll be talking about the civil society as a role in the process of Euro integration. But before we begin and invite our guests to the words of greeting, I wanted to ask you to have a minute of silence to honor and commemorate the fallen heroes. It is my honor to present our esteemed guests, the big friends of democracy and civil society, and give each of them a couple of minutes for word of greetings. Alexander Korniyenko, First Deputy of Parliamentary Committee Ukraine NATO. Arsia Santiago, Head of the Department of European Integration, Governance and the Rule of Law, Civil Society, EU representation in Ukraine. Also Hanna Starasenko, Deputy Head of Kyiv City Administration, and Alexander Sushko, Executive Director of International Renaissance Foundation. So, Alexander, please have a word of greeting. Thank you. Thank you for this invitation. Dear colleagues from civil society and everyone in attendance, activists, and those who, for some reasons, is not in Ukraine, but I know that they can watch us online and help us from abroad to foster civil society and the community. Here I would like to congratulate you with the forum number 5. It's a certain waypoint in history. Since this is number 5, I want to say that number 1 was back in 2020. And in the turbulent times of COVID, we remember we could start this important initiative. I remember how the Center of Democracy and the Rule of Law always was talking to us, and we were in communication because the very idea of legal reform for civil society, it's more part of the parliamentary work because the changing of the legislation. We've been talking about this for 5 years, about different important tasks, starting from big systemic changes, public advisory sessions. We passed the law. We continue the discussion how to implement the parliament in there as one of the main players of legal initiatives, and then ending with the visionary discussions. But I'm confident there will be time for them for more practical implementation, like percentage philanthropy. We have some draft laws, but because of the war, we cannot actively foster these draft laws. There are a lot of important things in the roadmap. The democratic institutions that I had an honor to be part of, as negotiation group, and also the parliamentary work. I was part of it, and we had a great discussion with civil society regarding the things that will strengthen the institutional capacity of civil society, banking services. And alongside with that, I would like to remind us all and remind us all of the week of civil society. Everyone who is doing the work of civil society in less institutionalized forms, but through activism, through groups, situational communities. We've seen massive anti-corruption action in summer, but we saw the witnesses of that before, and even despite the martial law, Ukraine demonstrates quite a high level of freedoms. Formally, they are limited by presidential decrees, but the parliament has oversight over this, and we provide safe room for the people to exercise their rights for protest, for opinion exchange. Unfortunately, some of these public activities are dedicated to difficult topics like liberation of the captives from. So I support this movement. I always talk to foreign partners as well, and I think partners should get involved more actively. We can't have several thousand soldiers being kept captive for 3 years because of some Russian especially brutal bias against Azov, because it's one of the signs of the time, and where civil society gets engaged here and now is fighting for the rights of Ukrainians, those who are on the front line, who is behind the front line, so those who are still held captive, unfortunately, in different situations, even before the war. And also want to say that we are open for dialogue. We know this. I've learned about the scope of topics and the scope of discussions for this day. Unfortunately, the civil society week, the plenary is the plenary week of the Parliament, and I will have to be also present there. But I would rather spend time here with discussions about building the future rather than listening to. So for you to understand, you can just see the broadcast at 11 and you can see how some political force will go through 300 amendments to Euro integration law. And our roadmaps, especially roadmaps on legal reform, they are very sophisticated, I would say so. Even in this parliament, with this workflow, where there's war and we're doing so many reforms, we're trying to do so much for the future of Euro integration. It constitutes a lot of challenges. We've been talking about it. Because the communication of Euro integration to the people, you can't do it without partners in civil society. And we want to thank Mr. Panasir and the colleagues from the mission and the Renaissance Foundation, everyone who's supporting Euro integration, because it can't happen without significant resources for communication, promotion, explanation, to Ukrainians what your integration is, what and why such laws have to be passed, and what relation to they have to our EU future. We thank you for this organization, for this event. We we will learn the results, and there will be the work on the roadmaps continuing, despite the fact what the neighbors are doing. No authorities, no power is eternal, especially in Europe, and we have all the clusters this year and next year to keep moving along the clusters, understanding that there will be challenges, but we thank the Kyiv administration for hosting such event. It's one of the best places in Kyiv, and Kyiv is one of the examples where we are having a very active discussion with the civil society, with the MPs. There are specializing organizations that have been fighting for human rights for years, and this is one of the examples where local authorities and society can cooperate. I wish you all a great and peaceful day without ballistical threats, potentially, to be able to work, and a more or less peaceful autumn. We understand that there may be challenges ahead, but again, the civil society here, in a wider sense, all stay together, exchanging like power banks if we need to, if the time throws in some challenges. So thank you and have a great forum. Alexander, thank you so much for being open and working with civil society, and your presence today, starting at the start of the plenary week in the parliament. It's very valuable. We are always open and openly supporting all the reforms of your integration, volunteer movement, youth initiatives, local democracy. So thank you so much. You mentioned the mechanism of supporting civil society. This gives us certain hope that this mechanism will be launched, because there are in EU countries and in Poland in particular, and in candidate countries like Moldova. I think that's the only way to go. There's Roman Grishuk in your agenda somewhere. So he's the author of this law. You can, but there is also the whole group. The Renaissance Foundation support this project. It's about research, and maybe we should start working more inclusively with parties, so that the person can determine. Now the election is determining that, and that's why some issues later arise. Maybe the taxpayer can partially manage these funds themselves through some mechanism, and the percentage or interest philanthropy among civil society can be a starting point. Formally, we're not ready for that. There's no law. We need to have a discussion with IMF, but basically we're doing that for 3 years. Each Ukrainian person wakes up, especially after such difficult nights as today, percentage philanthropy for foundation, this or that, for the brigade that they donate, where military philanthropy, fundraising. So as people feel the need, it's a natural form of funding for civil society, for Ukrainians, and after the war, it will stay and remain. And each forum, you'll remember how it works. Yeah, we'll do everything we can for the mechanism to work. Thank you so much. Mr. Asir has the floor.
Thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you to Alexander Kornienko, first deputy chairman of the Verkhovna Rada, for his words. Definitely, he has made a summary of the challenges around European integration, but also made something or a very important remark, and it's like European integration. At the end of the day, to achieve it, it means that we need to work together, all of us, civil society, government, private sector, those international representatives of the international community that are in Ukraine. We really need to work together, all of us, heading towards the same objective. And I think that this is something that we are doing. I would like to use the chance also to thank colleagues from the International Renaissance Foundation as well as from the Kyiv City State Administration that are here with us this morning, also for supporting this important annual exchange. And please note that this year also the European Union is funding one of the panels. And finally, I would like also to thank, of course, the organizers, the Center for Democracy and Rule of Law, for inviting and bringing everyone together. As I sit here, virtually connected, although this afternoon I'm going to Kyiv back, I am reminded of the resilience and determination that defines Ukraine's civil society. Even amidst the challenges of war, you continue to build the bridges, foster dialogue, and champion the values that unite us as Europeans. Your work inspires not only Ukraine, but the entire European community. Many people, many civil society activists have been injured, displaced, or killed. Many have lost their loved ones, and nobody shall be forgotten, but you keep working, and this is something that is really remarkable. The theme of the forum this year, Unity in Action Brings Unity in Changes, could not be more fitting. It reflects the spirit of collaboration that has carried Ukraine through these trying times and underscores the importance of collective effort in shaping the country's future. Today, we gather to discuss not just reforms, but the very foundations of Ukraine's democratic resilience and European aspirations. The European Union stands firmly by your side, not as an observer, but as a committed partner. Our shared journey towards a stronger and more integrated Europe requires the active participation of civil society, and we are here to ensure that your voices are heard, your work is valued, and your safety is protected. The EU highly values civil society as an independent actor in its own right. Discussions about the enabling environment for civil society are at the heart of the EU policy within political criteria for EU accession. Ukraine, over past year, as part of the requirements from the enlargement process, has drawn up a roadmap for development of civil society. From our information, this roadmap has been developed in an inclusive process, and planned reforms are those that are considered most important by all stakeholders. We see this as a positive development. Already mentioned, EU considers it very important that civil society in enlargement countries has the right to operate independently and without threats or pressure. The EU is assessing the question if effective operation and safety of CSOs and human rights defenders are properly protected. This relates to any kind of attacks, including verbal, physical, or online intimidation or legal threats, negative narratives or smear campaigns, or even measures that are initiated to negatively affect the public perception of civil society organizations. Such threats should be monitored, and victims of any such violation should receive dedicated support services, as well as available remedies. We all know that civil society organizations are not always sending comfortable messages, especially those organizations and activists of journalists working on anti-corruption investigations are often under immense pressure because they come into the way of high-level vested interests. Recent incidents targeting investigative journalists and anti-corruption activists remind us of the risk faced by those who dare to speak truth to power. These individuals are not just watchdogs. They are the guardians of democracy. It is imperative that we create an environment where they can operate without fear of intimidation, harassment, or violence. The recent developments that were risking to undermine the anti-corruption ecosystem in Ukraine also affected civil society organizations. We are following these developments very closely and with concern. Having said that, I also want to emphasize that at the EU delegation we see that there has been progress over the past years. When we look at the enabling environment for civil society, despite of all the challenges caused by the war, we see progress. And this is very positive and very remarkable in the case of Ukraine. I mentioned the drafting and adoption of the CSO's roadmap in the context of the enlargement process already. For example, the role of volunteers and humanitarian organizations cannot be overstated also. Especially during times of crisis, the state program for the development of volunteering from 2025 to 2030 and draft law number 13,071, which simplifies visa processes for foreign humanitarian workers, are crucial initiatives. These positive developments are thanks to the joining forces of civil society and governmental institutions. Civil society and free media are motors of change in Ukraine. The EU works with civil society in Ukraine across all sectors and throughout the country. Since 2022, we have allocated more than 120 million to support civil society initiatives, with 85 million euros currently funding 46 active projects. These investments span a wide range of sectors, from human rights and education to environmental sustainability and social protection. Civil society support will remain a key priority for the EU for the years to come. The EU's steadfast commitment to the work of CSOs aims at ensuring that no one is left behind in building a resilient and prosperous Ukraine. As many of you will know, we are planning to launch also short a large call for proposals for CSOs in Ukraine. So please follow our social media and tender portals closely. I wish you an interesting discussion today. Slava Ukraini, glory to Ukraine. Together we rise.
Thank you. Пане Сєре, я хочу вам величезне.
Mr. Sier, thank you for your consistent support of Ukraine on its way to the EU integration. I remember the last year forum where you addressed us with your opening remarks and emphasized the support of civil society and the role of the EU in this regard. Today we can state that Ukraine's and EU synergy works to reach this objective, and the EU society support to help Ukraine form this policy is much appreciated. And I would also like to thank your team and you personally for making sure that no points are missed out that are crucial for the CSO's functioning in Ukraine. Hannah, you have the floor. Greetings, dear friends, dear speakers and organizers of this event. On behalf of Vitaly Klitschko and Kyiv Hromada, I would like to welcome you to Kyiv, in the heart of this country. Kyiv has a deep and long history of democratic development, and it's a big honor to us that we are welcoming such esteemed guests as part of our dialogue, unity of action, a unity of changes. This is what society expects of us under such difficult times and conditions, and that reflects the essence of what should be happening in Ukraine. Only together, by joining efforts within communities, joining experts' efforts, can we solve the challenges that this country has faced during this war. CSOs are the drivers of changes, and me too. I come from CSOs. I've worked in charity for many years, and I appreciate the extent to which CSOs, charity funds, constitute the drivers and look for out-of-the-box solutions for the unprecedented challenges. And Ukrainian society is demonstrating how ready we are to build a European country with the rule of law, where human rights are respected, where freedom is valued and violence is not tolerated, neither in family, nor in community, nor in the state, between different branches of power. And at this time, the representatives of different branches of power must demonstrate high standards of conduct. Solidarity and mutual respect is the pledge of our victory and unity. Today, Ukraine is going through the hardest challenges, and CSO and civil society is a big support for the state. Kyiv is working with almost 500 CSOs, and we keep widening the circle of partners. These are volunteers, CSOs, charity funds that take up a part of responsibility to help the military veterans and those victims of the war that we have. Hundreds and thousands of people work for the one goal and achieve good results. Even before the war, we started a project that focused on setting up hubs in each district in Kyiv for CSOs to assemble, for volunteers to gather in order to scale up their projects and get assistance from the city. And today in Kyiv, we have different projects that are empowering different civil initiatives. We want our community's voice to be heard, and Kyiv residents' projects be implemented. In crisis, civil society responds much faster compared to any public institution. Support to IDPs, the military and veterans, this is where our residents step in, and that is why we want this work to become well aligned with public institutions. Spaces where solutions are created, where experience is exchanged, where there is a dialogue between the state and volunteers. All of it is made possible by our partner support too. So I wish you all fruitful work today, interesting discussions, new ideas, and because I'm sitting between two Alexanders, I want to make a wish. Let us create reliable mechanisms of interaction that will enable us to be more active and effective in the face of challenges our country is facing. Thank you. Hanna, thank you for this motivating speech and the active role of Kyiv State Administration in supporting CSO's initiatives. So you mentioned the wonderful hubs in the center, and we know of them. Our organization collaborates with them in many projects. You also mentioned another thing, Kyiv Forum of CSO Development took place in Shevchenko Park. My 3-year-old son was absolutely amazed and excited to be at that forum, and thank you for supporting the organization of that forum. This is an example of a European mindset, because that was a space for citizens. Now over to you. It's a great pleasure to be here with you today. These walls have seen many historical events, including those related to the development of Kyiv community, the development of civil society here in different times. Without a doubt, we are at a point that is very important for Kyiv. This is where the first Ukrainian flag was raised in Ukraine. The center of Kyiv community lies here. The history of Kyiv self-governance goes back in to many centuries, and this has been a characteristic of Ukrainians, being able to self-govern, to self-organize. And we have seen that residents of Kyiv and residents of Ukraine have been passionate and took initiatives when it was necessary. And the most active citizens now are on the front line. Part of our citizens are either refugees or IDPs within the country or abroad, dispersed all over the country, all over the world. And despite such serious challenges, the democratic spirit of Kyiv community stays very tangible and visible. You don't need to encourage them to become active wherever it is needed. And this summer, in July specifically, we saw it. At wartime and beyond, as you know, there are two models of coming to terms with the notion of civil society. One of them is a democratic participation, the Republican model. Here, civil society is a community of organized citizens that feel their responsibility and take action for the common good. This is the basis of any democratic state, because this community of residents, of citizens, shapes the values that the community shares and defends the values. This community sets up the tone of the whole community development. There is another face of this community and another role, that is to be in control and to oversee the public power decisions and to correct and adjust the current agenda imposed by the power. And again, this is a reference to this year, July this year, where the power has taken some decisions that didn't go well in line with the civil society's views. So civil society demonstrated the level of maturity sufficient for voicing their disagreement. And even when citizens are unsatisfied with the power, those in power and their decisions, they opt for democratic ways of manifesting their dissatisfaction so that the power sees them and takes their disagreement into account. This is a part of the legacy that Kyiv has and all of Ukraine has. We can talk about different dimensions of our civil society action and civil society responsibility. And we are going to have very interesting discussions. I'm interested personally in European integration because I've done it for all my life, and I can see how important it is to be active at the civil society level. Because this is not a matter of a very thin layer of highbrow society. European integration will never succeed in this country unless it is necessary and people are really vested into the topic. And Ukrainians have had a chance to see how important the European vector is during the several Maidans and the current war. And all of those events proved our interest in the European vector. And this is a signal for all of us, for Europe, that Ukraine stands steadfast by the European principles. And the accession process, talking about it is important, as well as talking about the extent to which the citizens participate in this process. And here we come to the issue of competency that the citizens have or do not have to fully participate in the process. It may be just formal, that Ukraine has become a candidate or a member. It doesn't happen that quickly and formally. Such processes require profound shifts in the day-to-day life of society, and this is happening. For the recent decades, we have seen how our life has changed. We have seen how the association agreement impacted the development of this country. The visa-free regime also impacted the society and our life. And that was an outcome of a joint work of the state and civil society. These are success stories. We will talk about our success stories today, but not only. And I'm pleased that the fund that I am chairing has joined this work. We value and we are committed to supporting the dialogue between civil society and the state, and to supporting the Euro integration processes in their essence, where the interest of civil society towards European future of this country is manifested. We need to come together to talk about how we can do better under the full-scale war, where we get time, motivation, and competency to do this job well together. Thank you to Kyiv community today for using this space for this forum. Thank you, Alexander, for being present and participating in this forum. I hope that we will have insightful discussions today. Alexander, thanks so much. Over all those years, you've supported us strategically, and thank you for helping to build a democratic civil society. This is the end of opening remarks, and we can start our forum officially. Open. Thank you to our keynote speakers. We will have a tiny technical break in order to get prepared to welcome our next speakers. The next panel discussion is titled as you can see on the screen, and thank you to our wonderful moderator of the first session. I think we have heard a lot of amazing messages that civil society can take away even from this opening session during the networking in order to plan for the future success stories. Just a couple of technical remarks that I haven't voiced at the beginning. We are not broadcasting, but we are recording this event in Ukrainian and English, and we will share this recording with all the audio tracks available with our partners on the partner platforms. And you have your badges in order to raise awareness of the topic of this year's forum, and also it will help to increase trust, mutual trust, but because there are many attempts to undermine this trust today. The next panel discussion will cover the announcement of the 5th annual competition of stories, civil society, business, and power, the best collaboration practices. And we will have some speakers, and we thank the partners who supported this panel discussion, information partners, in order to present the best practices of collaboration between civil society, business, and power. Natalia Oksha, Alina Konovalchenko, Vasil Lutsik, please be welcome on stage. Thank you for joining us today. In fact, just like this is the 5th forum of legal reforms, we can use this magical number 5 as welcome, and it is also used in sign language, and we can use it as a way to present our next competition. We wanted to show you a video, but probably I would like to give this time to our panelists, because we are running beyond our agenda currently. why back in 2020 did we start this campaign where we became the technical and organization partner for this competition for the Ministry of Cultural Transformation. Today, this is the Ministry of Culture and the Secretariat of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine. I'd like to extend thanks for first spark of interest towards this competition that is gaining volume with every year. This is about responsibility, activism, and motivation. And of course, it takes some time, commitment, and communication work to win a contest. Over to Alexandri Makabry. We had to change the agenda slightly, and we would like to give you the floor in the first place because your ministry initiated the first competition. Deputy Head of the Department of Information Security, Alexander. What is your inspiration in these competitions? I'd like to welcome you on behalf of the Ministry of Culture and Digital and Transformation. I'd like to thank our defenders who make it possible for us to come together and discuss such issues. First of all, any democratic development in any state is impossible without the civil society and the rule of law. During the wartime, which is unfortunately unfolding now, Ukraine has demonstrated to the whole world that civil society is playing a significant and indispensable role in obtaining the victory. The Ministry of Culture and Strategic Communications believes that such competitions foster civil society development. Yesterday, we launched a week of civil society. Yesterday, we celebrated the World Day of Democracy, and the ministry, like today and in the future, we will be supporting the Center of the Rule of Democracy and other civil society organizations that are involved in this sector in Ukraine. Being an active citizen in early days of the war became crucial for many people when some took up weapons to defend this country, or others supported those in need. If we take strategic communications, in many cases, by cooperating with power, many CSOs didn't let the enemy propaganda, enemy media seize and capture the media space of Ukraine. Other organizations that support our defenders on a daily basis help us to reach our victory. Other organizations that are promoting Ukraine abroad, making our position clear to international partners and those who hesitate which side to take. Those activities, including the activities to support veterans, is equally important. activities around rehabilitation and recovery. I wish we had launched this competition earlier. And as the Ministry of Culture and Strategic Communications, and me personally, we are supporting and are committed to supporting this initiative in the future. Since the beginning, this competition included as one of the topics the collaboration between civil society and state power. Then we added the business component to it. And so the synergy between the public officials, the civil society, and business enables us to develop Ukraine as a democratic European state. And this is how this country gets stronger. And in this case, I would like to encourage all the civil society organizations to join the fifth competition and be as effective as you are now in building Ukraine as a democratic European state to make sure our victory is guaranteed. Thank you. So you can see the announcement of this competition on the screen, and you can see that the deadline for applications is October 15th this year. This is the official announcement of this competition. We have received many questions and doubts whether the competition is due this year or not, and that showed us that the society wants it, and with the help of the partners supporting this competition in the past, we managed to make it possible this year. You can also get familiar with the outcomes of the results of the previous competition, with the authors, with the contributors to that document. You can see all of them via QR code. Even though the time frame in which we prepared that report was really short, and Shevchenkivsky District State Administration in particular showed that they have good indicators and they make it to the success stories of this competition. Thanks again to the Ministry of Culture and Strategic Communications for information partnership, for the sustainable partnership, for developing inclusive dialogue, and for making it possible for us to invite many contributors to this competition. And over to Natalia Van, Deputy Head of the Department for Information and Public Relations, Secretariat of the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, together with the Ministry of Culture and Strategic Communications. You are the ones who are creating the new history of Ukraine. We haven't mentioned, unfortunately, how many CSOs and businesses joined the strategy of civil society development in Ukraine. One day, so we hope it will make it to some books and reference books.
те, що я хотіла сказати.
Thank you, Anna. And you mentioned what I wanted to mention, because when I came back from our presentation of results of the fourth competition, I thought to myself, why with the secretariat we could have submitted our projects about our cooperation, because we have a lot of things to share. So the powers, the authorities, the businesses, civil society, together our initiative and implementing the Readers Club. that allowed us to share the atmosphere, share different ideas. So it's a chance to promote better partnerships. So the competition ideas, remember in 2020, and not only 2020, over the years, cooperation with the authorities in particular, we have asked our colleagues what they could share so that their experience can be used by their colleagues. Well, usually the colleagues used to say, well, we're doing what we have to do. Sometimes there would be someone who tried to, like, say, we did a discussion, it was a success, and it wasn't scary. So as a result, we had a great document. But there were colleagues who wanted to share their experience, but not too many. But the surveys and questionnaires never replaced the real experience. I remember the colleagues from Poltava administration, they were asking us maybe how can we resolve a certain problem in organizing the advisory sessions. Maybe there is experience in other regional administration. We already talked to the colleagues and said, could you share, because there's opportunities to learn from the best, to smoothen the sharper corners in our cooperation. And in 2020, we had people from Democracy and the Rule of Law coming to us, and the Ministry of Culture and Information Policy back then with an idea of this competition. Then, yeah, we supported it and we became part of this competition. And if you talk about partnerships, well, we mentioned some of them today, and um, we will hear more and more. I think that the partnership of civil society and authorities is a significant contribution that Ukraine can actually defend its territory and independence. And many representatives of civil society are in defense forces today. And what can we say? If we take a look at these breakthrough things that we want to remember, that we did through partnership, is other than the national strategy of fostering civil society that we have today, we will be talking about Euro integration issues and involvement of civil society and roadmaps. A very important thing, an initiative of partnership open government, thanks to civil society, and we can calculate that it's been for 14 years in Ukraine, and first action plan was only 80% accommodating what civil society wanted. Now we say that all the subsequent plans, and there are 6 already, and that's what we're working, 100% built on proposals of civil society. And such initiatives as the Prozoro system, portal e-data that publishes information on public finance. Yesterday I saw and realized that it's 10 years now that this portal exists, and you know, seems like such a short time, but back then, through civil society, we finally had an opportunity to see how specifically transactions happen, how local money, public funds are managed. There's a system for how to explain budgets in layman's terms. Other than that, initiatives was mentioned on the international arena, and Ukraine has the most rewards in this initiative. We have the first prize, and as a country that inspires, even during the war, continues to maintain open governance and cooperation of civil society with authorities. So I think even if partnership of authorities and state is not written in any legislation like public-private partnership that we talk more when we talk about the interaction of businesses and the state, it seems to me that this partnership, like the life itself dictates the necessity to have it, because without the support of civil society and supported by authorities, we cannot hope to make breakthroughs. It would be very difficult. Thank you. Yeah, well, thank you. It resonates really when from the Secretary of Government Administration we can hear that there should be more such separation, such interaction. It reminds me a little bit about the last year's forum when we were tempted to talk a little about the recipes. What are recommendations that the state authorities can have, how to better reach that connection? I remember that Alexander Yarema, back then the state secretary, would say, don't be afraid, try new things. And a lot of speakers actually said that, yeah, sometimes it can be a bit scary to come with your initiative. They can criticize sometimes. Sometimes it's not within the criteria that we announced when we announced this competition. I remind you that there are some criteria. They're quite clear, like 4 criteria. It should be an initiative that incorporates the whole business and the state. This initiative started after the start of large-scale invasion, and information about this initiative has been available publicly. And the 4th criteria is that the initiative should have a measurable result. It sounds pretty simple as criteria set, and that's what balances out the potential fears that something might not work in the cooperation. You know, you take each step at a time, and that makes you more effective. So in unity, we're strong. Thank you so much, Natalia, for almost a promise that you will submit some of these stories from the competition number 5, stories that were implemented after the start of the large-scale invasion by the team of Secretary. So thank you and the colleagues, for cooperation with civil society. We are confident we can continue defending not only interests of civil society but interests of democracy, and we are all part of it, active citizens, regardless of which sectors we are employed in. So at this, I would pass the floor to Vasil Lutsik, head of the National Governmental Service. We have a lot of experience in cooperating, and then let me also make a small additional detour, a positive thing, to mention why specifically the National Social Service for 3 years is a partner of this competition. Well, large-scale invasion showed that without the volunteer movement, you couldn't implement a lot of the current initiatives, and many things could have happened differently. National Social Service is doing the voluntary policy, managing the voluntary policy in social policy, and so give us some information. How is your experience in partnership with this campaign? Thank you, and thank you to the whole team for this platform where we can really get together and discuss the relevant topics of development cooperation. with businesses, with public sector, and I think like this time, 5 years, 3 years, really show that this cooperation is getting stronger. And coming back to the topic of today's event is very symbolic because the unity of action leads to the result that we're all making changes today, and it's noticeable, and they are irreversible. They are becoming systemic, reforming the state sector to these reforms. If we talk about our competition, I think that's Jubilee competition, symbolic one. It could get these stories together, collect the stories about the new initiatives over this year. Social sphere, and we will see successful things in civil sector and social services, because by developing the network of resilience, where one of the components is coordination of volunteers, the idea was that everyone starts from Gramada level and they get to understand how important it is to get civil society and volunteers, that all volunteer initiatives are supported, that there's one entry point for everybody who wants to be a volunteer, how the needs are collected in the community. So the service providers are mostly civil society sector. They can actually show in this competition the results of their success, because we see those success stories. Another result of cabinet ministers is that we have adopted the concept of the state program of civil society development, and here we see, I remember how we started writing it, and I'm thankful to the organization for the regional platform of the discussion. There were many passionate discussions, but this unity of civil society sector and the authorities is to create the product, which is a practical product, and will help develop volunteer movement and civil society. I think we have successfully done this first step. Next step is state program, and I think we will manage that successfully. But that is only one of these bricks that we use to build our interaction. So on our website, we have a tab, Be Volunteer, where we could share our success stories. And I encourage everyone who watches us to submit your stories, because quite often we're doing quite a lot, but it's not visualized. The more we communicate the successful cases, the more we can get new initiatives and new people to get our projects implemented. And I think in this aspect we have a lot of things where we can interact beautifully. Coming back to your first question, I think joint initiatives that we have today leads us to seeing the growth of organizations that get foreign volunteers on board. We can call it register, the list of those organizations. We can see we're reaching the international level because foreign volunteers want to go to Ukraine. They want to get involved in the initiatives that we have here, and basically we can communicate these successful cases on the international level. And I think that this year's competition will give us a lot of these positive cases of international cooperation. Different people from civil society, different initiatives that we have. So I want to once again stress that only joint efforts helps us to change to make the change, and civil society is the driver of the reforms and changes that the state doesn't often have resources to do. So I'm very thankful for everyone who joins in, and We wish you all great successes in this joint movement to reform our country for the better. Thank you so much for the partnership and you and the whole team here to tell how much we've done together. And thank you for this small announcement. Read our socials and stay in the loop. Ministry of Social Policy. There's a concept of State Program of Development and Volunteer Movement. The program is being designed soon, Ministry of Social Policy, and we will invite you to the public discussion. So this is the cover of the fourth competition. It's now an electronic format, and we as organizers and coordinators, we are responsible for technical things. We will make sure the fifth competition is better print. But what were the main categories in the previous competition? I want to, since everybody from state sector has spoken, in the competition 4, 53 stories were submitted by state authorities, which is close to the number of stories submitted, like 56. Businesses have to make a better job, so this year, competition 5 will have more businesses, will have things to boast. Gas stations, retail chains, banks, they all pay their contribution to continue being effective and to continue being the nation that's successful. At this, I would like to pass the floor to Alina Kolomalchenko, Operational Director of Global Contract Ukraine, and some recipe what could encourage businesses to submit their stories. Last time, when only the process was started, we were entering the European integration. Previously, the government announced negotiation groups and started hiring representatives. But back then, you said very important things, that there are some standards that it's important to maintain even before the directive will start working. Maybe something changed from that time. Maybe it's something will encourage businesses to submit more stories to our competition. Thank you. Well, first of all, participants, as winners in 2023, I want to recommend to everyone who's listening to us in the recording to participate in this initiative. I want to congratulate the organizers, because 5 years demonstrates and says that, yeah, this is about sustainability already. It's only the beginning. We as an organization, we keep saying how important it is to have sustainable partnerships, state, businesses, civil society, education. And we also have a competition that is about partnership. It's mostly about businesses. So our recommendation would say that businesses like people who are resilient. In the first years, we've seen that people were asking, well, tell us what you do. This is important. And businesses would say, well, we have our own communication strategies. Maybe that's not really necessary. Well, we try to communicate through different channels, through media, through social networks, and somewhere by year 5, the businesses were started asking, well, is there going to be a competition this year? So my advice is to keep doing what you're doing. It's very important when we're not only talking about the importance of the projects that are being done, but what businesses need that in the long term. It's all has to do with investment attraction for the businesses, cooperation with international institutions. When what businesses do is strengthened by institutions like CDM in Ukraine, that adds to trust to the company globally, and all of that, it only works in the complex. That gives much more um, opportunities for investments because the corporate management and integrity in the business is something that investors expect from us, especially now when they look at Ukraine as potential market. They want to see businesses transparent and with integrity, and participation in such competitions shows that it's the right way. International stakeholders understand the context. In 2023, with our video training course, Anti-Corruption, we demonstrated an example of partnership with businesses, state, and civil society. It's the course that we implemented based of with the more than 10 different experts from businesses, civil society organizations. We have implemented it with the Ministry of Digital Transformation. And now this course is available at Megago Dia Business. The companies implement it as a mandatory program for the workers. Volley Life Cell, Detect, Caparol, Epicenter. So we started with something smaller, and then it started expanding. Like CDM said that we had the Basel Institution of Management rewarded. So by doing so, we had this initiative was getting wider momentum. I'm believing in partnership, and sustainable partnerships can create some large-scale initiatives. And I agree with something that colleagues said preliminarily. It's important to speak what you're doing, and for the businesses to be interested more, not just to tell you like communications, to understand what is their competitive edge. Like businesses who are here, and the reward is what you need to get even more trust, to lead by example. So competition is an important stimulus to grow. If you know there are brother nations, brother cities, and here we are brotherhood organizations because we basically advocate the main services that CDM does. It's super valuable that you're promoting the topic of governance, everything related to it, everything that has to be done on all levels, on the state level, civil society level, and businesses. And without the civil society incentives, it's hard to do anything. So we want to continue. Thank you, Alina. Well, how many businesses were covered by your story? I think some. Well, every year 100 applications, and we did this competition, an international competition. First, it was purely Ukrainian, then a number of other countries joined in, and from year 23, it was a lot, like 15 countries, about 100 applications, like 5 to 7. So the jury says that it's hard to evaluate, and it's partnership, media, business, civil society, information partners. So it's competition, brother competitions. Well, all of the stories in our collections are winners, and that was very important to keep the competitive spirit of the stories. So for us, it's valuable to have all the stories that we lived through that correspond to 4 criteria. And this year, preliminary year, we added a couple stories of bilateral cooperation because they were about supporting military volunteer initiatives, and they were so bright. We have to keep talking about it. Even with the scale of going up, I thank the everyone who's speaking for having the energy, motivation in your teams to keep moving forward and inspiring us all to create and co-create. I want to invite us all to a small photo shoot, and then we'll continue. Without a break, with a small technical break, we will proceed to the next panel.
Перекладачці жестової мови за
We want to thank you and thank the gesture translator. We hope that will allow to increase the coverage. So, and I want to invite to this podium the moderator of the next discussion. Will be a discussion panel on monitoring, planning panel, the state of preparation of roadmaps and negotiation position of Ukraine, governmental Euro integration draft laws and their destiny after the governmental relaunch. Ina Pidluska will be the moderator, who's the Deputy Executive Director of International Renaissance Foundation, and I want to thank you for the partnership in having this forum and for great participation in all the processes that maintain democracy from rolling back. Ina, the microphone will be yours in a couple of minutes. And I only have to remind you once again a disclaimer of this monitoring planning panel. It is supported by EU, International Renaissance Foundation, within the joint initiative Be Part of EU Together, strengthen the role of civil society in joining EU. Dear colleagues, thank you. It's a great honor for me to moderate this discussion. So if we talked about the one example, so on all the levels of authorities for important role preparation to EU membership, we could take this panel discussion and talk about civil society, how it joined in the preparation of roadmaps and transformation, how it happened, why this work is so important, what are the subsequent steps. And now we will be talking about this particular thing. Anna has announced some very important things to be in partnership with this work. with the Center of Democracy and the Rule of Law, and I want to thank. And it's great that we're holding it with the partners of EU. Thank you for great support. So we thank for this cooperation so that European integration would continue forward effectively and fruitfully, and Ukraine would be moving toward EU membership. So I have the pleasure of inviting our speakers. So, from Secretary of Cabinet Ministers, Natalia, welcome back to the podium. So I'm looking in the audience. Here's Taras Kachka, Vice Prime Minister on European integration. Maybe he will join us as soon as he finds some time. Meanwhile, I want to invite Ilonka Nagornyak, Head of European Department of Easy Business and Think Tank, Taras Shevchenko, Director of Development of Center of Democracy and the Rule of Law, and also Yulia Kirichenko, who's a member of the board of the Center of Political Legal Reforms and has the projects in constitutional law, co-head of the head of reanimation reform, the coalition of powerful Ukrainian coalitions. When we were planning this discussion, starting from 2024, so how do you get civil society involved more in EU accession processes? And we mentioned today the roadmaps. So what's the role of civil society? So how civil society can play a more important role in Euro integration activity? To prepare these roadmaps, and there are 3 roadmaps now. They're very important to organize the civil society because it's about the rule of law and democratic institutions primarily. So in order to keep the momentum, we know that Ukraine has an ambitious goal to complete other roadmaps by the end of this year, to open all 6 negotiation clusters. What could have been done from the inside, what depends on Ukraine, what Ukraine has to do and has been actively doing. Let me start by asking a question to Natalia. So your evaluation of preparation roadmaps of transformations, how that happened. So does the government see the possibility to strengthen this cooperation, because the dozens of civil society work on all the levels, all work groups? What else can be done? What kind of interaction with civil society for you is important? Thank you, Ina, for the question. It is difficult but simple at the same time. It's about partnership, and don't be afraid So if it's in only in the cooperation, civil society and authorities can produce a really high quality document. So, and that working on the documents was difficult, and the draft roadmap was rewritten several times over. When new civil society institutions joined in, this roadmap was produced with active involvement of civil society, because it was all about functions of the parliament and transparency of the parliament. It was about elections. It's a So civil society is the real elite, and if we look at these first drafts of the roadmap that covered all the problems and challenges that civil society wanted to raise, then it basically crystallized, and that's where we had the final document. Of course, not all proposals were taken into account and were included in the final document, but that is also an indicator that there was a democratic selection of the best ideas, and it was reciprocal job of convincing each other. Civil society and authorities were trying to convince each other that some of these, what are the things that to be 100% included in the agenda. And when it was not a coalition, but civil society joining together with authorities to argue that some of the things important and show to other authorities. And currently, I think if we talk about the adopted maps, it's important to facilitate their completion, and we're talking about government and authorities started implementing. So one of the tasks is about social services. So equalizing approaches. Civil society providing social services, and now this task has been completed. The law has been passed, and the civil society now, without paying VAT, they can now provide social services. They have the right now. So, as part of the roadmap, an initial strategy of facilitating civil society, since new document for subsequent years, we started to work on to analyze what we've managed to do in 4 years of this map, of this strategy, current strategy, and what we have to account for when we're preparing the new national strategy, to account for specific principles and foundations that are there nowadays in the documents and recommendations of EU. And basically, the fact that Ukraine is now moving to EU in the current national strategy of facilitating civil society, we didn't have initially the task to analyze the documents and processing new documents, but the new action plan that was passed in September, in March, it contains the relevant tasks, the study of the documents and recommendations in EU directives, including new directives, and the important directive from 2024. And the fact that Ukraine has to go through this path together with EU countries, because basically it's the new directive, and Ukraine and other countries has to stay with it. So it's a joint way forward, and I think it will help Ukraine, as always, to show that we have a lot of innovations that we can share. Right. Thank you, Natalia. Especially for reminding us that working on roadmaps is the work for the entire society, because civil society is part of this process. It's important where uh, cooperation in providing the changes in the roadmap is happening all the time, and we want to wish you success on this. I want to now invite to Ivan Nagarnyuk. Where are we in preparation of the roadmap? Where is the work on the roadmaps happening now? And now, as you're part of the think tank, you have the outside view of what is happening with those roadmaps. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you for the opportunity to share the ideas. I would like to point out that primarily the work on this document is an integral element of the methodology itself of EU expansion. When Ukraine was conducting the first intergovernmental conference between EU and Ukraine, and there were negotiation frameworks set from both sides, in the document it said that Ukraine has to prepare these roadmaps. And after June 2024, the government and civil society started together to see what are these roadmaps, how they should look like, learning experience of other countries, the Western Balkans. From that moment, the government and civil society who participated has done a colossal work, because the roadmap and the rule of law, there are different ideas. There are criticisms, there's support of the document, but nevertheless, in any case, it's a document that was positively met with the European Commission. So that's another achievement. The second element that the roadmap on the reform of democratic institutions, public administration reform. So the document that is about the reform of public administration and public service is the underappreciated reform in terms of real implementation as a document, because for us it is a critical element in the context of speed of Euro integration in general. So the fact is that since 2020, the competitions for public competition were suspended, and they were conducted according to the reform that the government by then wrote as a start, and the European funds were allocated for that. And I think now is the time where public service has to really restore and rebound and relaunch in terms of these competitions, the salaries, against the inflation that was in Ukraine. And in general, we need to be more serious about what candidates do we select into Euro integration, not only governmental office or secretariat of cabinet ministers, but the sectoral ministries as well. But wrapping my presentation, I would like to point out that I remembered the words of a former EU ambassador in Ukraine, Matimas Zikas. He made an interview a couple months ago, and he said, honestly, I never looked into any strategic planning documents of the government because this is completely different from what was really on the agenda in Ukrainian government. So with these roadmaps and reform plans within EU expansion, it doesn't work like that. Because then the negotiations will stop. They will say you just failed to deliver on benchmark. The intrigue of the last year and this year is what will be the transitional benchmarks with European Commission and presented to Ukraine so that we could demonstrate the program. So the European Commission could cover that. So there are political attempts to block it from Hungary. The government tries to somehow agree that there were frequent visits to Budapest. I think it's a good sign that there's a dialogue. It would be great to start the first negotiation cluster. I'm not sure that all the clusters will open this year, but if at least open the first cluster, it would be a great breakthrough and a great progress. On the other hand, from the moment the cluster is open, we have a very complex transition ahead of us to deliver on association agreement and implementation of EU key approximation. So we didn't achieve full implementation. There was always some exemptions. So we have to the reform of state service is very important. So cluster 5 negotiations wrapping now. How do we approximate our standards to EU standards? This is very important for our institutional capacity and also for the civil society to monitor and to see where they can help, because we're all in this boat together. Thank you for pointing out how important the roadmap is, and it's about state management, public administration, because the high quality public administration has to facilitate to move alongside the Euro integration. You mentioned how difficult is this process, and it's going to be difficult to reach alignment on each point, but this is about quality of life. So Taras, you also know the process of European integration firsthand, just recently being a deputy minister of information policy that is related to European integration, and now again in civil society, analytical center, so working with think tanks. What's your assessment? We're talking about preparation of the roadmaps and negotiation positions of Ukraine. Basically, what are the subsequent steps necessary? like we say here, what is the next, what is gonna be happening with European initiatives. So thank you, Ina. Thank you for organizing this panel discussion. I think the week of civil society and having this forum of legal reforms is a great tradition. Now, I think it's going to continue. One of the examples where certain strategic initiatives, strategic documents do get implemented, as Mr. Nagornyak cited. Sometimes governmental strategies are really very effective when they're under pressure from civil society, because in the strategy of civil society development, first they lobbied the necessity to implement this week. Then in the action plan, the government said that Ministry of Culture should be responsible for the information policy at that time, to suggest when this celebration might happen. Back then, we were working in the ministry. We started talking with civil society with proposals. When do you think it should happen? There was a great idea to unite it with the Democracy Day. So there's a solution was advocated by civil society, but through strategic document. I understand that there are many challenges with other strategic documents, and we have to mention them as well. I wanted to start by taking a higher look at the context where we live, where European integration exists. There is a crisis of democracy in the world. Most of the countries have huge problems they didn't have like 10 years ago. Significant changes in the landscape because of the US. The country that was the biggest driver of democracy and changes, developing civil society, basically completely lost its status. At this time, the role of importance of EU, which remains the driver of democracy and supporting civil society, it becomes number one. So organizations like Open Society Foundation in the US, it continues to do what they've been doing. Supporting the events like this. But in all of this, we need to account for what's happening in Ukraine. We also want to have everything now 100%, but it doesn't happen that way. During the war, we can see that we have open enough society, or access to most registers, most information, open authorities that come to us to talk to society, and an open society, and building our advocacy strategies and the perception of what kind of country we're living in. So I think Ukraine is a fully democratic country that demonstrates, the government demonstrates quite a big openness. Of course, there's a lot to do, but there are a lot of achievements that civil society organizations enjoy every day in the laws and governmental decisions, in what they do in the charity organizations work, in crowdfunding. So Ukraine can share that, and if you only believe that everything's bad, then it's going to be difficult. The roadmaps are incredibly important documents that can bring you a lot of changes, but sometimes not necessarily. Mr. Nagornyak mentioned that an intrigue is the transitional benchmark, but I think opening clusters is the biggest intrigue, and there is danger of some clusters being still not open for a long time. The country that is blocking these efforts, it's not independent in their decision to block Ukrainian road to European integration. Maybe not in the country of that country, but in Moscow, this decision was made not to open the cluster. So there will be elections in Hungary, and the government may change. It's still 6 months to that. And it will be open a window of change when this decision will be unblocked, but there are no guarantees. In other surveys, pro authority party can stay at power and keep blocking the opening of negotiation. I'm not convinced how active the roadmaps will be if it's not happening within open negotiation chapters. The whole process was designed to open clusters, and their roadmaps and decisions are passed. And I remember when we worked in the reanimation reform package that there was a procedure regarding visa-free regime that all society supported, and but the decisions were passed by Ukrainian government quite quickly, and it's the peculiarity of Ukraine. And when there's an initiative about European integration, it's very popular, and then the government is ready to do anything, and the parliament will pass the necessary decisions. But so it's working as a clockwork. After negotiation clusters are working, if they are not open, and it's going to continue longer like that, so that energy, that momentum can be lost. Where you understand that it's not up to Ukraine to do the next step. We have to deliver on the plan, and then the decision is made, but the decision is blocked. So I think the civil society and authorities have to be on the same side, on the same page, regarding doing anything we can to open negotiation clusters. So the roadmaps, Hungary is now blocking that, but the roadmaps are now very inclusive. They were designed together with civil society. You can debate on them, but we have to implement them. They obviously will change. Well, there are other documents that contain specific steps. If we look at the clarity of those steps, the Ukraine facility is the tool that works the most clearly because there are financial tranches tied to it. Those decisions are made very precisely, although, of course, there's the Ukraine facility will wrap in a year, and then the new similar tool will be designed, and some steps and events and actions necessary for civil society can be part of that. We're also expecting the EU expansion report. It was usually published in October. It's important what are the actions there. So the level of implementation of those guidelines is very high by Ukraine, but the biggest document that we're talking now is a roadmap. Again, the critical issue is opening negotiation cluster. We were expecting them to happen now or anytime now, but we understand that there's risks. Before the government changes in Hungary, it may not happen. So it's a risk that all the other efforts of Euro integration will be stalled. Thank you, Taras, for a very detailed analysis of the current status and what are the main risks. And I want to get back, I want to invite Yulia, and then I come back to the issue that Taras mentioned. In particular, will we retain, or how can we retain the energy of the roadmap implementation, the transformation, Euro integration reforms, while understanding that the challenge and the risk that they will not open by the end of this year, the clusters, and then we may lose this external motivation, at least in part, in order to effectively and quickly move in implementing reforms. So what do we do? It's by the end of the year, okay, if they don't open the clusters, are we leave it like that, or are there tools? You mentioned how important it is to engage civil society in a more systemic, more powerful external advocacy, but maybe we could also talk, and all the participants should mention what should we do? How do we retain the energy that is in the roadmap creation? So regardless of whether the cluster is open or not, there should be a positive So, what is the reform that you represent? So, how critically important that the Ukrainian society is open, democratic, regardless of the challenges of Russian war against Ukraine. So that Ukrainian society basically provides this energy and dynamic to European integration as a movement. What is your assessment? Where we are? What needs to be done? You work with the clusters. We would, of course, like to hear the good news that Brussels opens negotiations on fundamental clusters, because right now there's a Council of EU where we would open negotiation on clusters. Thank you to organizers. We would like the moderators to really announce that we have negotiations. And our colleagues from Central Political Legal Reforms are also working in Brussels now. Thank you for the Ministry of Justice and the government for very inclusive preparation of roadmaps and fundamental cluster. But what do we see now? The Center of Political Legal Reforms, it's answering to your question a little bit. Most importantly is that these are roadmaps of Ukraine, for Ukraine. For us, it shouldn't be even important whether clusters are open or not. This is our life that depends on whether our quality of life, our democracy depends on whether we will comply with the roadmap or not. These roadmaps are not for Europe, they're for us. Maybe we'll see the situation where Europe will try to integrate to us, like everybody's joking regarding NATO joining Ukraine, not vice versa. So talking about reforms, when we're looking at the question, should we open clusters, negotiation of the first clusters, European Commission is looking at the level of implementation by now of the roadmap on the rule of law and the state administration. So thank you for mentioning that. Super important. Central political legal reforms have attempted to analyze how the roadmaps are being implemented and what we see. So first, in part of state administration, I think it was 17, we have implemented 9%. One of them has been overdue. But there's also a nuance that we may not find the public information due to monitoring and open data regarding many steps. So we need to inform society more about where we are in terms of roadmap. Keep opening that information because we have 17 activities on the judiciary. 7% have been completed, but 12% we see is not completed. And somewhere about 30% we cannot find any information of what is happening with those activities. Regarding the state, there's one more anti-corruption activity. Anti-corruption activity is 6% completed, 12% not completed timely, and also about 30% we don't know the information of what's happening. So once again, recommendation. So informing society, more engaging, monitoring of stakeholders, civil society, media, opening the monitoring like pulse system. So to wrap up, so for me, messages, these are our roadmaps. Our civil society and our authorities made them together, and it's for us. It's in our best interest to fulfill them. Even if clusters will open later, but we will deliver 100%, you can consider ourselves part of the EU. Thank you for detailed information. What's the progress? So for external factors, it's only on our side how well reformed Ukraine is. We keep fingers crossed and we expect news, good news, and we hope for positive news. But my question remains to all the esteemed panelists, and basically it's how to keep the energy. Yulia suggested her vision. I hope we second that. It's the reforms, but other than that? We understand that. We've stated that. Are there any tools that we could help to stimulate the parliament to work more actively in passing the Euro integration laws and to prevent amendments to the laws that are anti-European? What other tools we have to facilitate what we talked about, like EU accession, or 100% preparation to EU accession by all society, and part of it is each of us. We constitute civil society. While we're answering this question, I want to say that we have the opportunity to ask questions here in the audience. There's a microphone. Please prepare your questions. Say whom you address your question. How do we keep the momentum of the reforms outlined in the roadmap? Let me try to answer to this. I support what you said, that primarily the roadmap is about us. It's for Ukraine. It's not so much for Europe. That's why the objective is to make Ukraine the country for us that we want to live in. And the leading role here, of course, is those agencies that are the leading agencies in whichever they do. And among the public servants, there are many people who understand how important this mission is. They are not just formally approaching this job, but they are actually moving this process forward. They're trying each day to find innovative approaches to resolve those. At the same time, understanding that we can't omit the pressure of civil society. And it's more about cooperation. It's not only pressure. You know, recently, all the governmental documents that have to serve the civil society and action plans to the national strategy and open governance partnerships, there is a column that says partners there. And very often, the role of civil society organization ends at giving the authorities some tasks. But when it's about implementation of those tasks, then the authorities often remain on their own. And there were some cases where we had colleagues from the authorities and they said, we have this objective, but we don't understand what it is. Because they were talking about one thing, and then it turned out that the problem is a different one. And so without a civil society, those who are actually noted there as partners, we can't deliver. And although the roadmap doesn't have that chapter about partners, I think this is our way together toward EU to build our Ukrainian state while working on delivering to those tasks. So it's basically my encouragement to the civil society to get involved actively, submit proposals. If we're talking about some systems, terms of reference, get engaged in the different work groups. I know that just last week the Ministry of Justice created a work group to implement events in the roadmap on functional democratic institutions, in particular in part of the civil society and civil engagement. So without this partnership, it can't happen. So Ivan, what do you think? I think we need to look at how your integration was happening before 2022, when we didn't have any real prospects of EU membership, and we were basically delivering on association agreement, EU. Of course, the driver was that the markets wanted access to EU markets. At the same time, there were political reforms. Now we are in a different layer. Like they say, the real political life is bound by circumstances. If there is no demand from society for these reforms, then be it me or anyone in this room, from our expert point of view, we won't be able to pressure the government to deliver on those reforms. And these roadmaps, there was, when the president of Ukraine was talking to the European Parliament, he said why Ukraine wants the EU. because we want to create in Ukraine European way of life. And I think we have to unite these words with how roadmaps are delivered. This is going to be like this key for a short period. But I agree with Taras that without opening negotiation clusters, this light at the end of the tunnel may be invisible. We won't lose our way. We know where we have to be and we want to be, but maybe the speed will be different. But the demand from society, you're ready, right, to strengthen, to regardless of how quickly and when clusters will open. Yulia, would you like to, or Taras? Let me add a little more, and I will connect answering this question to public governance that Yulia mentioned and Ivan mentioned. Here's why. Because one of the problems in the state that the number of objectives that state authorities have is too high. The number of action plans that the government approves, number of those events is too high. You can't deliver all of them at once, so it's about priorities. What do you do quicker? What do you postpone? So it's about strategic documents. Strategies have first organizational committees. It often looks like a rudimentary of the old system where there's a manual steering, very detailed points. But on the other hand, powers of ministries are reduced, their independence. So there was a separate study on how do you work with strategies. There are too many of them. There used to be the word priority in English was only singular. If you have too much on your plate, you prioritize. If you have too much undelivered, then the visibility is lower. So if you have less strategies but more quality, then you would have better results. So that's why the reform of public administration is so important. Thank you, Taras, for this topic and this example. How to make public governance reform more effective. And very important that you stressed about the quality of public policy. Through the policy, it's easier to communicate. Your recipe, Julia. My recipe is to strengthen the role of the government in Euro integration laws. The state has clear understanding of that. How to improve the procedure of adapting the Ukrainian laws to EU, which was registered in August, and it strengthens the role of government in Euro integration laws. So there are more details in what the government should do in Euro integration and Euro Atlantic integration. What central executive branch should do with the parliamentary committee. And it's important to do this work before the registration. So the block of better quality preparation of Euro integration draft laws, because there is a better list of analytical documents that have to be ready by the time the draft law is registered. I understand that it's legal speak, but there have to be a compliance table of how compliant a draft law is with the EU directive or regulation, which we adapted to. There has to be an official translation of this EU act, and all of that should be done by the time of registration of draft law. So this interaction between the legislative and executive branch would provide Parliament more capacity to pass necessary draft laws. Thank you for stressing the importance of interaction between the Parliament and government on having better quality Euro integration laws. So the open microphone, please feel free to ask questions. The first hand, Maxim Latsipa. Hello, I'm the Ukrainian Independent State Political Studies. So we're talking about legislation for civil society, and the first thing I want to mention, as Natalia mentioned, about action plan. So there are partners from civil society. It's a great practice, but I suggest one more column. Partners from international donors, international donor organizations, because we at civil society, we can do a lot of things, but sometimes writing draft laws takes a longer time. You have to consultancy, you have to have support. So we need another. So international donors should support the process of improving legislation. So each donor can ask a question, like 91 activity. Then the donor can say how many points of this action plan, each donor. So the action plan of fundamentals. So in civil society, there's 20 activities, and Natalia Auction was moderating this process of creation. It's very ambitious. So international donors didn't see this block of roadmap. They didn't find it. Then it would seem that Euro Commission should be the main stakeholder that have support to support these activities. But we don't see Euro Commission at all to support the improvement of legislation for civil society. It's strange. All the priorities of the competition, agricultural reform, trade reform, other technical regulations. So when the systemic work will start in legislation for civil society, in the roadmap of fundamentals. So Ludmila Suhag, so the freedom of so Maxim, your question: when do we start on some work groups or public discussions to meet regarding the compliance on roadmap on fundamentals and the rule of law? So a roadmap on the democratic institutions, the Ministry of Justice has created a work group already. So the roadmap, the rule of law roadmap. I don't have the information. We have to inquire additionally. Only then I will be able to answer you. Okay, thank you. The Forum on Development of your Civil Society. In the context of your integration panel, the integration of Ukraine to EU is a fundamental thing. How do you see the engagement of civil society in the context of negotiation clusters that are about economic activity of small and medium enterprises? Because as we know, that integration of EU is not only opportunity but some limitations. But our medium and small businesses are not usually ready to comply with these regulations. But if there will be no economic part in the locally, then civil society will not have the social public demand communicated to it, because it's about protecting the interests of small and medium companies. What is the situation in the negotiation groups? When we will have wider engagement of businesses and civil society to these negotiation groups, and how it's going to be organized in the context of parliamentary work? So democratic representation of business through professional associations. So negotiation groups, what associations are present in? But I'm confident that they are there. They are represented there, Ukrainian and European and American. So I think the process is ongoing. Businesses are represented in the work groups. So the scientists, there are about 20 such negotiation groups. So civil society and business associations are represented in the in the work groups, and you have to read the list of the work group. Parliamentary aspects. If you look at how the parliament works nowadays, it is the association's representatives that are getting engaged in the committees whenever a certain draft law is being reviewed in the committee, and the committee then decides whether to support it or forward it for further work or to create a work group. So businesses do participate in associations, and associations do send their position if they see some problems, if they want to support something. So another positive thing is that some businesses currently, regardless of the changes in the law, are adapting their business to the regulation that they've learned in the EU. So there are some examples, and so how valuable is communication of experiences? Thank you. I'm Anastasia Angelova. I'm from Kharkiv Women's Organization Sphera. I'm co-organizer of Kharkiv Pride, and I have a question to Yulia about your latest comment. If we take the legislative base, human rights, LGBTQ community rights, and draft law on strengthening responsibility for hate crimes, registered civil partnerships, and the draft law was postponed, and then the new draft law being designed now. What were the mechanisms that could be useful for civil society, so that the same way, as regarding businesses, you could have some influence on the committees so that the draft laws move toward the session room and don't lay on the tables for years without being passed? Thank you for the question. Well, the mechanisms are there, the same mechanisms. You can, on your own initiative, send them to your committee. If you see the committees do publish, what you can see when the draft laws have to be reviewed, and the position is communicated, the initiative to write that you would like to get engaged with the meeting of subcommittee. Usually it's subcommittee. When they decide on the draft law, you get invited, and then during the session, you take the floor and you communicate to the deputies, to the committee. I think that's going to be the most effective way to communicate. And the second thing is shaping the public opinion to support your initiatives. The deputies are very sensitive to that. They hear your voice when you speak. All right. Comments, questions? Well, one more question and we'll draw conclusions. Right. Thank you. Hello. It's more of a comment regarding the previous discussion. I'm Oksana Rosetska. I'm head of Association um, of private lawyers and court enforcement, court decision enforcement. Because this is one of the requirements of EU. We're part of the Ukrainian facility, part of the roadmaps, and the comment to the previous discussion. Yeah, in the parliament, whenever draft laws are being discussed, there are profile committees, and we participate. But the comment to cabinet ministers at the stage of creation, profile associations are not engaged. So in this case, the idea of profile associations is one of the most important, because we are working in this. We can say, we can provide feedback, but it's more difficult to work with a already created draft law rather than participate during the creation. Okay, thank you for the important comment. And the question of public consultancies, it's very important. And the law on public consultancy last year has been passed in 12 months. Will enter into force 12 months after the lifting of martial law. We're still discussing how important to do public consultancy and engage all the stakeholders to designing the draft laws. Taras mentioned today that the state servants have a lot of work to do. And here's another thing, that for public consultancy, you have to be able to do that. You have to learn to do that. When we did screening meetings, then European Commission on the high level did provide high evaluation of public consultancy. There were some comments on strengthening them and having skills of institutional capacity for public servants and public servants to actually do the consultancy sessions. So today there should be a preparation on the law on public consultancy. Public servants have to learn, have to invite not only those they wanted to invite, but they have to also invite those who will be under the impact of the decision, basically the beneficiaries. So this culture of consulting people, of getting more interested stakeholders, that's the culture we are going to develop in Ukraine. Right, so it's a very important idea that having high quality public consultancy, it's a skill that you have to develop, and it's not only the authorities that have the skill, but civil society as well. And other areas of society to be more effectively involved in this consultancy. So, dear colleagues, you know that we had a survey published where we cleared answers to a number of important questions while the colleagues and the organizers are preparing to bring it on the screen. Let me remind you of the questions. Let's see the results. Then, as to finalize, I will ask some of your comments and reflections on on these answers. So, what questions we had? What key reforms we need for civil society? What are the main success stories of civil society organizations of now? Do we absolutely have to account for experts in civil society in the process of European integration? What are the main challenges for civil society organizations in this exist, and how we can deal with them? So the results should be on the screen. So we see it on the screen here. Not yet. It's very small type, but it's about priority and the reform. What are the reforms that's the highest priority for civil society that is the most effective for supporting democracy in Ukraine? And there we are, the reforms. So supporting civil society, reform, social services supporting volunteer movement, the reform of public administration, the reform of anti-corruption agencies, the court reform or judicial, the legal regulation of foundation and disbanding of civil society organizations, and the reform of humanitarian legislation. So what we have here is the system of providing of social services, social entrepreneurship, so participation of civil society and their participation in state policy locally and nationally. So that resonates with our discussion today. And that's, I would like to ask your ideas. Is there capacity that, does the civil society have capacity to get involved? And powerful organizations, do they have capacity to implement the reforms in the roadmaps? Is there an agenda? Is there a list of tasks for us as a sector? And for us as a partnership of the secretariat, the government, the parliamentary, and for the nearest future, so that regardless of what we heard today from Brussels, expecting some good news, we still need to move forward regardless of what we hear and be ready to EU membership. All right, thank you. So let me start. For us, as for the authorities, the Euro integration is inevitable. So EU law, wherever organizations are working, we are still learning, we're still studying, and it's dynamic. So for civil society in different spheres who work in different industries, it's important to learn and at least to understand EU rules and stages. And I think our biggest task for Ukrainian nation is to inform correctly, without giving unjustified expectations, but showing success as well. So first, learn by ourselves and correct the Euro integration for Ukrainian society. Just one thing, and it's going to be about commitment, responsibility. Civil society organizations, of course, are important. So active citizens. So in the center of democracy and the rule of laws, it says active and responsible, committed citizens. So it's about commitment in terms of not about punishing the non-commitment, but actually being involved and going to work in public agencies, doing this stuff, because these are this is a joint work for all citizens, writing laws, doing consultancy with society, as well as public servants. So let's be responsible and go to work in public agencies, in state agencies. I think those 20%, they show how civil society actively wants to join in. And this basically shows that our civil society is ready to get involved. Increase our knowledge, increase our skills, our commitment to this country, and the documents that are being designed. You don't have to wait you get involved, and the ministries themselves and other authorities also have to be proactive, engaging citizens in this process. Public servants are also citizens, they are regular people. They're not aliens. We are members of society. We also face the same problems, and we want to resolve these problems, and we want to live in a democratic and prosperous country. In 2022, I worked in the cabinet of ministers. So we were filling out the surveys that we got from European Commission. When the summit in Versailles in 2022, we realized that it's a serious story. We are following the expansion methodology that's been approved. So civil society has analyzed all the surveys that the European Commission provided to all the candidacy countries. There are 35% of questions that that get repeated in any case, and without waiting for the survey from Ursula von der Leyen, we started together with civil society and the governmental office and the ministries, we started working on these answers. On April 8th, Ursula has passed this survey to Ukrainian president and said, you have a week to fill it out. And so in a week, if I'm not mistaken, at midnight, I guess, we send it to European Committee. I'm confident without this work, without engaging civil society, there would never have been such result possible, because there's a huge number of public servants who were busy managing the war process and transition of the country to martial law. So I'm confident that this is our shared task. We are together in this Euro integration boat, and each has their oars to work. Right, thank you so much. These are very valuable thinking. So this discussion, participation, so joint work on this Euro integration. Thank you for discussion. So co-head of reanimation reform package, Taras Shevchenko. So Department of Communication with Society, Head of Secretariat, Cabinet of Ministers, and Ivan Nagornyak, of Head of the Euro Integration Easy Business, and each of you who participated in this discussion. So thank you for the topic of monitoring of state of preparation of roadmaps and negotiation position of Ukraine, where we are with the Euro integration draft laws, and how can we together effectively move forward. So thank you for everyone, the speakers and the moderator. Let's do a group photo. For participants online, I have to announce the break till 13 hours.
Прошу всіх підходити ближче, знаходити собі зручні місця. У нас трішечки затяглася технічна перерва. Дякуємо всім учасникам онлайн, які дочекалися. Сподіваємося, у вас теж була можливість взяти трішечки води, зробити технічну розминку, тому що наступні пара панелей теж будуть інтенсивні, цікаві і завантажені інформацією. Сподіваємося, що у всіх вийшло трішечки розім'ятися. Тепер час мені представити наступного модератора, який наступні 1,5 години буде тримати нас в фокусі уваги і буде допомагати нам зрозуміти, чи є...
So the next discussion will be about the scenario of democratic institutions in Ukraine. Is the one that we desire, or there's still a lot to do? Igor Skladai, Deputy Director of Democratic Institutions Center, will be a capability of democratic institutions in Ukraine to continue your integration course. Speed, philosophy, and methodology. A couple of words about the format.
У нас просто вже спікери, промовці долучаються. Пару слів, будь ласка, просто трішки ближче про формат. Це буде фішбол. У нас буде на одне місце вільне, ніж зараз Ігор покличе промовців і промовець. І це саме для того, щоб після основних
So after the
промов
main
наших спікерів
intervention
була
from our
можливість
speakers, we will have
найактивніших і
an opportunity for the most active
скажімо так, найекспертніших учасників, хоча я впевнена, що всі ми володіємо яскравою і потужною експертизою в своїх галузях, щоб була можливість у кожного з нас долучитися.
so that each of us have an opportunity to get engaged here, to comment on discussion that is ongoing, or suggest your own intervention and change this discussion to steer it. So this chair will be free only until we see the next speaker at this corner of the stage, or just raise your hand and me and my team will take note who wants to take place. Fishbowl is a conversation practice. Anyone from the audience can raise their hand and say that they would like to replace on the stage someone who's speaking after their intervention is complete, and suggest your own topic and to say why do you want to replace the speaker. So let me get the microphone back to you, Igor, and let's hear it. What further interesting things we can brainstorm and messages.
Дякую, Анна. Да, я забув свою лопату, треба було, щоб тут або помиральний курган, або помиральну яму копати, але може не треба буде, зараз з'ясуємо.
Oh, I forgot my shovel. Maybe they will bury me as a speaker. I'm kidding. So these are the 4 speakers that I want to invite. Oleksiy Orlovsky, Director of the Program of Democracy and Good Governance of International Renaissance Foundation. Natalia Slimko, Vice Minister on Programmatic Activity of Eastern Europe Foundation. Lisa Hryska, Director of Sahaydachny Security Center. And Alexander Bulana, Senior Analyst of Ukrainian Center of European Policy.
Трішечки розігрілися після смачної
And for us to warm up after the delicious coffee and snacks, I would like to say the following. I'm seeing that our civil society sector is split into 2 opposite positions. The first is that we are moving forward and we are doing everything despite all the challenges. And the second position is that treason is everywhere and that autocracy is around the corner. In your opinion, where are we in the Euro integration process? Do we need to think about building fortifications, and should we be suspicious, or should we just move forward as we did before? Let us start with Lisa. So, is our cup half empty or half full? How do you see it? Thank you, Vitaly. Thank you for having me here. I'm mostly doing security and safety. I'm the head of Sahaydachny Security Center, so I'm bringing the security component to this panel discussion. It is oftentimes disregarded or forgotten when talking about European integration process. The best example of how these 2 topics are blended is when we as civilians get messages from our defenders on the front line who don't have the time to follow the news cycle, and they ask us in short text messages. So where are we in the European integration process? how's Ursula doing, which is the chapter that we are working on now. So to me, that is the best metaphor or the best illustration of where the defense and security and European integration are connected. But in my subjective point of view, I've received fewer and fewer of such messages from my friends and loved ones on the front line. Why? Because the level of challenges that our military are facing on the front line have become bigger and more serious on one hand, and on the other hand, our excitement has decreased. I remember the first months of the full-scale invasion when we got united around the initiatives of Olha Stefanishina and some centers in Ukraine that are somehow related to European integration. We completed 4,000 pages of questionnaire of the survey that needed to be filled out. So if we had a more acute sense of urgency, we would have moved faster. And to respond to your question, I think we are losing this sense of urgency. And I'm not only talking about Ukrainians, because of course we're mostly talking about Ukrainian advance and how is it changing. I would like also to emphasize the international dimension of it. The EU has also lost this the sense of urgency. They are no longer rushing to support Ukraine as fast and as efficiently as they can. I hope that the future enlargement of the EU will take on a geopolitical character. The big majority of the EU countries realize that the strategy that they preached for the recent decades, the strategy of ambivalence, or the strategy of having a buffer zone, a gray zone between them and Russia, was absolutely wrong, because that serves a tranquilizer for, it doesn't serve a tranquilizer for Russia, but it serves an invitation to our enemies from Russia to claim their rights for this territory. And with all due respect to all the countries exceeding the EU within the last decades, no country was up to the Copenhagen criteria. Certain countries were having some big structural questions in economy and societal issues too. Well, we will get back to this issue. I remember being in Bulgaria, and there was a discussion there that Romania and Bulgaria were accepted to the EU prematurely. I will just finish the point that I was trying to make. What I'm saying is we will have the geopolitical wave coming on us, because we need to understand that we are them and they need to understand that they are us, and we need to eliminate the distinction between them and us within EU and Ukraine. As soon as the shift happens, we will be able to mutually integrate each other. And mutual integration is one of the most sensitive issues now, because your integration is now being taken and perceived as a one-way street, that we need to adjust to certain standards. And I think that we may have or should have a two-way street character of this process. Wow, that's great that we touched upon some factors that were in our scope. So, could you answer my question? How optimistic are you about the state of the play now? Well, I think, I'm an optimistic person naturally. And I have a feeling that we are advancing. I represent Ukrainian Center of European Policy, and we have dealt with European integration since 2015. And at some point, when we dealt with the association agreement, we saw that someone or something was hindering this process. Then we realized that some serious reforms were necessary. Customs, taxes, legislation needed to be modified. And sometimes we saw lack of understanding in the eyes in front of us. Why are we doing this? What are we getting? Now we're seeing that those reforms are now bringing fruit. And since 2015, we have come a long way. The screening process is almost over, and the first cluster is almost over. But in the EU, unfortunately, you need to go through a multi-layered process of voting. And sooner or later, Hungary will open up to this, and we will show that we have things to share and show. And we are advancing even in those areas where we are not expected to. So I expect the next cluster to be launched. And the EU also understands that sooner or later Ukraine will become a member. It is imminent. And most EU countries, their population supports the idea of Ukraine exceeding the EU, having a free border with Ukraine. So I'm rather optimistic, and our current hardships are only temporary and they will be overcome. Thank you, Natalia. Thanks for this question, colleagues. I had some time to think through my response, and I would give it from the practical point of view. The Eastern Europe Foundation does this work on a daily basis with CSOs, by supporting them, by raising their level of competence. I would like to give you a few practical examples that demonstrate the dynamics and CSO's readiness to take part in your integration process. Their readiness is high, but their competence is rather moderate. And CSOs have not stopped their activities. We are seeing this from the number of applications they send us to get funding, from the number of Euro advocacy movement initiatives. And we're also studying the role and experience of CSOs in other countries like Poland, Romania, and Lithuania. And we see that that role was significant. At the level of the Ukrainian CSOs, they also demonstrate good work. And this is an optimistic signal, but we cannot stop. We should continue. Well, let's see. To be brief, I will say that I'm a reserved optimist. Yes, we're moving forward with big difficulties, as my colleagues have mentioned, but up it's also up to us. I would also like to say that we can look at Europe, at who thinks what about Ukraine, who makes poses vetoes, etc. But if we get back to the topic of CSOs here, I was involved in preparing the Ukrainian CSO's position in the part of screening, in the part of CSO's functioning in Ukraine as a part of screening process. We have some internal risks. What are we putting into those roadmaps that we are developing? When we discussed the national roadmaps on forming national institutions, we had some very concrete suggestions with statistics. As a result, we decided to put very abstract notions in the national roadmap. And then we were confronted with the problem of interpretation. Who understands what under which term? You remember the legislation regarding lobbying. That was the EU requirement to have it clear. And we ended up having opposing interpretations about this legislation, who it covers, what are the consequences, and this is the discussion that is ongoing, and it will be ongoing for more than a year, I think. And technically speaking, we fulfilled the requirement of the EU in this part, but still we are left with our own diverging interpretations of this legislation, of funding of CSOs, prevention of terrorism. So we have many examples when internally we have not come to terms with what we are dealing with. And if we have a chance to talk more about it, I could take it. Okay, I will now switch to Alexander and I will say why. You are monitoring so you've done your monitoring since 2014, more than 10 years. And if we take the topic of capacity, Ukrainian CSOs and Ukrainian civil society is capable and is ready to assist the state in developing strategies. And this is how we develop the habit of being a European nation. And is the state capable? Where is the soft spot that the state has? Where are the shortcomings that the state may have? Is it because of the lack of experience or lack of funding or lack of human resources that the state is just staying a little bit behind civil society? I know that the issue is a difficult one. Yes, it is. When talking of cooperation at this level, when implementation of European acts, European legislation. It's the issue of soft skills, your ability to establish good relations, contacts. Some civil society organizations are good at it, or the state would approach us and request a certain service or request some piece of analytics from us. Or they needed us to analyze the draft laws or some other regulations. At times, they don't have time or skill to do the analytics work. They need support, and we're ready to support them. This story involving the development of roadmaps is also rather positive. So we participated in the development of that roadmap that you referred to, together with the state institution, and we were heard. There are some problematic cases when some issues are brought for public discussion, but only on paper, and the ultimate goal of them is just to present them and have people agree with them. And public discussions is a whole skill that it takes skill and knowledge to hold a good public discussion. So roadmaps, we dealt with it all right. But when it comes to some harder issues where you lack expertise, where you need some voices from beyond, please be open to hear. Yeah, I mean, so is it the issue of time, resources, and skills, or the issue around legislation? So we have a law on citizens' requests. It is fairly good. It was, but it is rather old-fashioned. So in fact, in reality, you get long letters from officials as a response to your question, to your request, and those letters are not really bringing value. So maybe this is the problem, that the laws are really formal and the officials are afraid of local activists coming over and telling them how to govern a state. Well, maybe it is realistic to say that state officials are rather closed, rather shut to some external requests. Yeah, of course, we could try and update this law to make it more modern. But there is no leader in this process and no stakeholder to promote this. There is also an issue that is referred to in personal conversations that the state officials evoke. Local activists come over, talk to them about problems, and that distracts them from their work. So the issue here is to develop a good working mechanism of state officials and civil society cooperation. Of course, dismissing all the ideas and suggestions whatsoever downright is wrong, but we need to come up with a more accurate mechanism. Okay, where does the problem lie in your opinion? We have a discussion around the evaluation of one of the reforms, and from what I see from a fresh report, this is an intermediary report. One of the challenges is the lack of resources at all levels, starting with the parliament. Is it an existential issue to us? Because each MP that we are losing also this poses a threat on our sovereignty. Yes, of course, we do have a lack of scarcity of personnel at all levels. This is a huge challenge, and I don't know how we are going to address it. We may need to carry out some expert discussions and come up with a public policy. I'd like to bring up 3 points to answer a question. Point number 1 is about the speed of addressing certain issues. To put it briefly, the lack of political will. So I will give you concrete examples. When there is a political will, then a draft law can be prepared, adopted, and signed within a couple of hours. In civil society, I don't feel that we have an understanding of the need for fast steps in this regard. So the strategy of the CSO development, civil society development. So the first deadline for its implementation was set to 2023, and it was agreed before the war. I appreciate that the full-scale invasion started, and still this document stayed idle in the offices, and the deadline also included 2024. The law on the power of the people took ages to be prepared, adopted, and signed. We are not prioritizing these issues, the development of civil society, as a key element. Let's take the law on self-governance. After the first reading, 2.5 years passed since May 2023, and only now a working group at the appropriate committee of the Verkhovna Rada started its workings. Point number 2, the issue around the content. What are we putting into those documents? And by our actions, we sometimes nullify the content that we put there. So there is a law that doesn't cover MPs but covers all the other populations is problematic. When talking of the quality of the draft laws, oftentimes we prepare very progressive laws. Let's take the law on the power of people, and we are citing its progressive character. But still, in the final version of this draft law, there are such uh, elements that actually kill the the most important instruments in this law. So after making a protocol of the meeting, you need to collect the signatures of all of the participants who voted for certain decision. So yes, the law in itself is great, but the examples like this, we are just nullifying the entire law by ridiculous and senseless norms. And point number 3 pertains to organization. We used to have a coordination council that dealt with monitoring of a national strategy of civil society development. So there is a strategy today, there is the coordinating body. Is there? Actually, there isn't. How do we monitor the strategy and its implementation? I appreciate that the government cannot assume the commitments, the characteristics of the Verkhovna Rada. But when we submit certain draft law to the Verkhovna Rada, we do it on paper. They formally tick all the boxes. But what happens in reality, that draft law may not even see the first reading. And this is a big issue. And I, as a client, as a consumer, did I have my issue solved? But from the point of view of Verkhovna Rada, they completed their commitments. They registered the draft law. And then there is an issue of how we organize the process of preparation of draft laws and making sure the draft laws become laws and enter into force.
Well, then I will have a provocative question. How can we coerce the parliament to do it? Do we have to submit these draft laws to the president so that he initiates them, or some other ways? Because formally, we have the distribution of power. So the cabinet ministers cannot, like, find some MPs and tell them, if you don't pass this law, we won't give you this and that. Theoretically, it's possible, but it's not democratic. I understand that, but the thing is that, coming back to what I said, we don't have coordinational council. Earlier, the coordinational council, when it did exist, it had executive, it had legislative, all the fractions that are included, civil society, all of the participants of the process. It's only it's not only executive, but the legislative is also engaged. So maybe it's one of the ways in this live dialogue, in the presence of the MPs in coordination council. So that's one of the options.
Ну, насправді ми втикаємося в ту історію, що дуже часто
Well,
те, що ти можеш записати в законі, ти не можеш записати в законі
often what you can write in the law, but you cannot write ethics, culture, and responsibility
відповідальність того,
or
що
commitment.
якщо є певний громадянський
If there's a civil commitment, that you have to fulfill it because you're a citizen.
тих речей, яка, по-моєму,
And that's one of the things that has been a long time coming. Yeah, I wanted to say what you mentioned, ethics and culture. We, as a country that can write great strategies, action plans, wonderful coordination councils, etc., etc., I think we should invest more into soft elements, and here I'm talking about ethics, culture, because coordination council will never cover the whole economy. We cannot guarantee that one decree will include all the think tanks, civil society organizations, etc. I think it's a wider problem because historically we still don't have a tradition to cover the whole cycle of political decisions. Even from the Soviet, like Soviet style, identify the problem, mortality on the roads, what do we do? And the next element, what are the options to resolve this? What consequences using a certain policy will have? Then, only then, we proceed to writing decrees, etc. But here, still, the Soviet inheritance that the first part of the circle was always prepared in Moscow, and then you only had to legally cover it. So that's why this tradition. Well, here's the problem. Let's write a draft law. So the work group and they write a draft law. That's how they find the policy. That's a distorted system of decision making. And I think the biggest problem is that we don't have this culture of involvement of stakeholders. This is one of the part of this policy forming cycle and political solutions. So that we need to this to be part of their DNA, the parliament and politicians, to get the public involved. Only through training them to do it. So people didn't often understand why they took the industry, to trade unions, to think tanks, to NGOs. Why do they have to talk to them? And they don't understand. They take it as additional work. They have to fill out a lot of documents, proposals. But that's the safeguard. So whether you later make a certain political decision, so it's in the end you take all the interests in mind, not just some narrow circle of people, and then you get protests of people at your windows. So we need to focus more on not on what the law or coordination council. So we have to sow this new culture of governance where stakeholder consultations is one of the central elements.
Насправді, Олеся, мені знову ж таки нагадала нашу Стенфордську
Well, Lesia reminded me of the Stanford story. I talked about political will. Political will always has a name. When I talk about political will, it's like we're trying to abstract ourselves from people who are specifically doing something or not doing something. As for the Stanford, we're going through a case study there, and very often solutions that seem to be obvious, they are not obvious.
Здається, що як позбавитись пробок, треба зробити більше поліс, розширити дороги.
How to reduce traffic jams? Give more space, but it doesn't work like that. It works different. The more roads you have, the more induced demand you create, and you create even bigger congestions. It's an illustration that not all solutions are obvious. It's like prototyping, testing, and understanding that you're faulty in some way. So that's the process that have to be implemented.
Ми хороше маємо місточок до Наталі. А от питання, чи громадський сектор насправді готовий до от такої взаємодії? Тобто не тому що я ж такий самий, так? Тобто тут же ж немає святих, і мені, звісно, написати закон набагато простіше одному, ніж
So, you know, for me, if I'm writing a law, it's easier for me to write on my own, other than consulting people who I don't trust. Because they will be against all the things that I say.
А з іншого боку, ти розумієш, що найкращі закони, зокрема, от можу сказати з досвіду власного закону про медіа,
So, I remember the law on media. We designed it in the circle of opponents, of like-minded opponents. Everybody understood that it's important. Everybody represented their own interests, but the task was to find agreement, find consensus. Are we ready to work in that style regarding most of your integration steps?
і з тими органами, з якими, можливо, нам і депутатами особливо, а можливо, з якими нам би і не дуже хотілося взаємодіяти.
And working with MPs who we would not like to work with, but
Ми просимо їх включити.
that's the question.
Дякую, колеги, за таку можливість. Насправді дуже цікава дискусія, але от я пригадую різні часи, ніколи не було умов ідеального газу.
There has never been ideal situation for civil society.
Враховуючи всі обставини, які є в країні, і війна, і релокація громадських організацій, і мобілізація, ми не можемо говорити зараз
So civil society, mobilization, conscription, we can't talk about institutional maturity of organization. We're talking about survival.
мали ці можливості. І, власне, дякуючи, наприклад, в нашому портфоліо, дякуючи постійній підтримці Європейського Союзу, ми маємо такі ресурси, які передаємо громадським організаціям.
So we have the resources that we forward to civil society organizations. We monitor their activity, national, local.
Свої питання. Ми розуміємо, наскільки сьогодні громадський сектор
We understand how civil society sector, regardless of all of its,
питання для покращення, наскільки він активно включив
how actively it is involved in resolving the IDPs, practical issues, integrating new members of community, providing humanitarian assistance,
лінію, яка наближена до лінії фронту.
everything related to close to the front line. You cannot dismiss the activity that the civil sector is demonstrating now in the practical sense.
Постійній підтримці Європейського Союзу 2020 року надаємо таку і в форматі грантів допомогу.
We provide grants to assistance and training, institutional capacity as well. It's been for 5 years.
Такі роботі в межах програми, яке починалося, і навіть назви цих програм, вони говорять самі за себе. Це перша програма, яка була з 2020 року.
So it's the program that's been launched from 2020.
Карантинних обмежень. Вона називалась розвиток.
Back in it was quarantine limitation. It was we called it development despite the barriers. Then it was Phoenix, strong Ukraine during war. Now we're implementing the next phase. It's called strength of communities. It's all about this movement that is going on regardless of what's happening in the country.
Можливо, не буде дуже перевантажувати нашу
So I'm not going to overburden the audience with information, but I just wanted to demonstrate some of the opportunities that we have now.
Добре, все. Я просто хотіла б з нашої уваги
several indicators that we want to present to you.
наших партнерів. Тобто це живі організації, які від циклу до циклу демонструють активність на рівні громад, які реалізують проекти. В тому
These are projects that work within the programs that I mentioned before. So what can be said is that indeed more than half of these organizations demonstrate their problems or talk about their problems that they encounter when working with state agencies or local self-governance. You have to learn, and that's what we're learning, is communicating, working with stakeholders when you're implementing your project, and either you like the stakeholder or you don't. You can't exclude them from the circle if it exists at the level of community. So we also observe these solutions in cases when after implementation projects supported by organizations and other organizations, local authorities sign memorandum of cooperation, and in the specific communities they achieved this result through this kind of work, and the dialogue began. And it was effective dialogue which solves issues. As for European integration, if we focus on participation of civil society sector in Euro integration, we wanted to say that it's a very interesting topic for civil society. 80% of our participants say that, yeah, they are ready. They are indeed ready to many things. But observing that the impact that the processes have on civil society sector, only 15% of civil society organizations have the capacity, have the expertise, have the understanding how European institutions work, how to popularize European integration. So organizations who did advocacy campaign, they continue to keep it in focus. So culture, civil society initiatives, they didn't have experience, they're losing that experience. We need some retention. Most organizations like that say that there's lack of funding for projects around European integration. Civil society organizations continue to survive, which impacts the quality of their work.
Цифри, які сьогодні
Let me show you a couple of numbers that reflect how our participants feel.
Механізми Європейського Союзу, це, бачите, 70% організацій хотіли б покращити ці знання.
So 70% of these organizations, they want to improve this knowledge.
Того, щоб ми покрили, і навіть питання
It's just to cover the funding. Some of the things related to training of civil society organizations, they remain the drivers of processes on all levels, and all the surveys show that. And our representatives here will continue to work actively. So my point is, in this current program that we're implementing within supporting EU, we opened the competition for implementation of projects.
щодо адвокації європейської інтеграції. Тобто ми очікуємо заявки і насправді дуже хвилюємось, тому що враховуючи ті спостереження, цікаво, які заявки надійдуть від наших громадських організацій.
So we'll see what applications come from our civil society organizations from different levels. What will they suggest?
З точки зору і правильного дизайну, і підходів проведення адвокаційної роботи з точки зору європейської інтеграції. Але сьогодні фондом вже напрацьовано і багато рішень, які можна використовувати і для навчання громадських організацій. організацій. Ми
So we
говоримо
have
про
solutions to train civil society organizations.
просто проблематику, яку треба вирішувати. В межах
Training is the problem which is everywhere, which determines all the other solutions. There's a project online course with Irish Embassy. It's open and free for all civil society organizations.
і власне фокус цього курсу
So the focus of the entire course
донести до широкого загалу користь, бенефіти від європейської інтеграції. Це був
benefits from European integration. That's the competition from our donor,
продовжуємо підтримувати.
and we keep supporting that focus. We have a study that we did within the European project.
В тому числі такий звіт, в межах якого наведений і ця проблематика, про яку я трошки сказала сьогодні, як громадські організації себе відчувають.
So how civil society organizations
Підтримки, які були підходи до залучення громадських організацій в країнах, які пройшли цей шлях.
and what approaches other CSIs did who did this work already before.
В майбутнє з такою, скажімо так, надією. І в тому числі, колеги, хотілося б ще популяризувати
So another thing that we want to make more popular is one of our reports. It's very interesting. We did it last year, funded by German government. It's a report that aggregated open opportunities that now for Ukraine, for civil society organizations, they're available within the European resources. And it's the report that we want to share with everyone. The colleagues will picture, they will make pictures, will share this presentation. All these materials are posted on our website. So we will get our organizations on board, do some training for them. The resources are now available. Please, dear colleagues, use them and let's continue the work. I don't see any other alternatives other than continuing moving forward as a public, as civilian sector. If it stops, a lot of other processes stop on different levels. Thank you for this opportunity. Yeah, another challenge for civil sector, as we talked before, and when we talked about people and staffing, we are all understaffed, and obviously training and Euro integration in general, understanding that EU is not like a supermarket and a resort. We need this kind of understanding throughout the society, but I would like to turn on criticism and to ask a couple of questions to our speakers. A little provocative question. Is Euro integration good for us in those reforms that we are implementing? So here's why I'm asking. When you're writing the law, you want to harmonize your legislation, and then you hit the problems and phenomena that are not too relevant for Ukraine, or they look differently in Ukraine. So like a simple copy-pasting of norms, it's like the experts say, you have to copy-paste this. It can do damage. And my question is, well, integration should not be a one-way process. It should be a dualistic process. When integrating a new part of the union, you're also looking at the challenges that they can bring. Because how ready is the European Union itself to work with our civil society sector, to hear them, to hear their criticisms, their concerns, or sometimes even cries of desperation? Or at the moment, it's more or less one-sided. We just have to dutifully tick boxes in all the sectors that this is what we have to do, and what we think about it is not much interest for them. So what's your feeling? So I wanted to say that the Euro integration is not a 100% homogeneous process, and I always encourage to look at this globally. There are two neighbors close to our borders that are very negative to us, and we don't have alternative other than EU. Because so I'm an economist, and I can tell you that the biggest trade It's happening with neighbor countries, but we have two minus neighbors. We don't have any other choice other than EU, and we see that in trade statistics. Our trade with EU becomes more and more intensive with each year.
Сусідами з західної сторони ми торгуємо все більше.
So we're trading with the Western neighbors. So now, as for the details,
Можуть бути нюанси, насправді. Є
there can be
речі,
some nuances here.
які для нас корисні.
There are things that are useful to us in terms of
Імплементовуючи якісь акти,
like implementing some EU acts. We're preparing our products to be traded in EU, to be on par with the standard.
є речі, які є складними.
There are more complex things,
Імплементація законодавства
and implementation of EU legislation gives us the push to finally review the old obsolete norms that are long overdue,
кутом і
to look at them under the new angle,
і нікому не сподобається.
give us new insights. But there are things that nobody likes,
Та на голову це технологія.
but we have to, like technical
Скасувати, а ми тепер
overview, like technical assessment,
нам треба буде
and we'll have to
шукати
get it
аргументи,
back,
спілкуватися
and we
з
have to
суспільством,
find
щоб
arguments for the society to convince them that we need to do it.
Я пам'ятаю, страшна лякалка була десь пару років тому, лякали, що все
There was
можна
a
буде сало продавати.
like they were scaring people that nobody can sell lard anymore because that's no longer valid in EU.
ще така група речей, які
Yeah, there's another group of things that we have to deliver for Euro integration that it's too early
ось ну,
to do.
там, про що можна
Well, what is it about? It's like Green Deal for agricultural producers. We have huge agricultural holdings that are getting ready for that. I'm not saying they're ready, they are getting ready, but there are small farmers who may not know what expects them. What are the norms, the pesticides, herbicides,
що їм доведеться з чим стикнутися, і це може бути для них дуже фінансово.
and it can be really burdensome for them.
Для таких ось, мені здається, ну, тут саме якраз потрібна, по-перше, дуже хороша аналітика, щоб розуміти, де ці такі речі виникають. По-друге, треба
So
розуміти,
you have to provide great analytics and time. You have to give time and look.
Хто має їм сказати? Ну, от, ну, згадуючи вікторіанські доби,
Who has to tell them? Remember in Victorian age in Great Britain, they had this fantastic thing. They had a guidebook
тих, хто займається, умовно
for
кажучи,
those
селян,
for agricultural workers, for farmers.
де було буквально розжовано все.
Everything was laid out in layman's terms. Maybe the civil sector has to look at this and, put the Euro integration into this simple guidebook for farmers, for teachers, for industry workers. Yeah,
це може бути
that's a great idea.
внесок саме громадського
And it could be a great contribution of the civil society sector to train, in layman's term, what EU is. It's not just that there are 27 member countries, but how
люди живуть і працюють, як це
things that work in EU, how it impacts their life.
Да, ми зараз теж працюємо з
And yeah, we're working with farmers. We are doing the survey among them, and we're thinking that they have to be trained that and have to be prepared. And you need time. That's why I'm saying some Euro integration steps have to be like postponed,
не обов'язково робити цього року. Можна зробити через рік.
not necessarily this year,
Наприклад,
not this year, next year, after. Albania and Macedonia, they said that
закон євроінтеграційний, там вже 5 років відсрочки.
they have Euro integration law, but they have 5 years of grace period or transition period.
В останній момент цей закон скасують, але
In Ukraine, they still expect that this law will be cancelled in the last moment.
що стосується Єврокомісії, там рук
As for the Euro Commission,
європейських партнерів, вони це бачать, що можуть бути
they see that there can be problems. I understand that. But in order to see these problems specifically, you need to talk to them. You need to find arguments.
ще одна сторона, що
So that's another side of what civil society can do. Analytics that can provide numbers. Why do we need to have assistance here or grace period here, that is something that Ukrainian think tanks can provide for European partners. Because even understanding that there is somewhere there can be a problem, before they can see that there is a problem over there, they won't be accounting for that. So you got to be ready for that as a dialogue.
Ну, ви просто прекрасно підвели, власне, до мого наступного.
That's a wonderful transition to my next question. There are two EU acts in the media sphere, at least, that caused what we call denial. Some players that should have been covered by those acts or refused to abide by them, and that concerned the transparency of political campaigns. And a second act is the one that says that we need to postpone it as late as possible, the AI Act. Now we are in a very interesting situation. We have a lot of commitments, Geneva Conventions, the Convention on Protection of Individual Rights, and the enemy says, I couldn't care less, and they do not respect any of those conventions. Do we really need to postpone that AI Act and explain to the EU that we cannot play by the rules with a dishonest player? So on the part of the civil society, on the part of experts, they are trying to get this message across that doesn't work. And another example, I'm doing a serious problem around the AI, and when I asked, we had a call with Meta, and this is an issue of a big scale. They said that this is biometrics. In order to ban fraud, we need to collect biometrics data. And again, we are confronted with the EU Act on Personal Data Collection that is doing more harm than good. So, Lesa, what do you say to it? That's a wonderful question. I think the answer lies here in something else rather than postponing things. Within the logics that I'm seeing now, which is controversial, that negotiations is a one-way street. So if you want to join us, we have a regulatory field, and please do the copy paste, and then you can join us. And everyone joined the EU following these rules. But as this wave of enlargement becomes geopolitical and the security issues take the front row, we in Ukraine have a strong argument to pass it and to try and develop a common understanding with the EU. I would like to refer to the study of Helenik Libovitsky. It seems that he will speak later at this forum. He studied the resilience of Ukrainian society during the full-scale invasion, and he goes deep into the social canvas of Ukrainian society. And he makes a curious conclusion that Ukrainian unique model of common governance, of civil society coexisting with state power, is not a defective divergence of European model of governance, but is a special type of governance. This is a interesting opinion. If we part from the principle that state power is here to govern and the CSOs are is a burden that the state power needs to take into consideration. That is one thing. But probably we need to take a different stance and look at the real ways in which our society functions that leans more onto the theory of societal treaty, because this is the model that allowed us to face the most existential, the biggest existential threats. I just returned from a big NATO summit. They analyzed the lessons of how Ukraine responded to the full-scale invasion. And this is the 4th year of the invasion, and they still are taking notes of the things that have become basic to us. So one of the NATO representatives spoke, and he said that between the society and the state power, that during the first 72 hours of the start of a potential war, the society doesn't count on the government. They have their own modus operandi. And then it stands to reason that in these 3 days, the state should come to terms with the situation and start acting. But businesses, CSOs, churches, they all know what they are supposed to do in case of war. And that is an example of Finland. And here we are similar to Finland. So the question is, do we need to break and go out of our way to break our model, which is beneficial to us, in order to take up another model that is offered by the EU and pass on to a more vertical hierarchy in the model? It doesn't work like this here, and no one counts on the high branches of power in a crisis. So I'm joining you in this point that we need to get aligned here internally and then try and get aligned with the EU in this regard, because Ukraine will not be able and should not follow the procedures of the accession that existed until now. And again, this is a chance for us to take stock of what we have and how we are used to acting. And one more point that is disregarded oftentimes: changes should be happening not only here but in the EU too. And unless they handle out the issue of voting and pass to qualified majority from the consensus, that will be an indicator to us, a signal to us that they are ready to accept us and the Eastern Balkans. And unless they do this, and unless a substantial conversation regarding the following cluster starts, I will not take it for I will not take their word saying that they are ready to accept Ukraine. So all those mottos and messages about commitment and integration sound great, but to me, they only cover long term. In terms of the AI, I often participate in discussions regarding the use of AI in weaponry, and to a bigger extent, these are European discussions rather than American discussions. They started delving into the conceptualization and the ethics of the issue, and I totally agree that the ethics is central. But while they're doing those discussions and talking about the ethics, Russians are using the AI against us, and Ukraine has also started to use the AI in our weaponry and on the battlefield. So I agree that this regulatory framework may do us harm, and as usual, the regulatory framework is lagging behind the real situation on the battlefield. There is an interview with the European commissar that Europe needs Ukrainian experience. And this is another joke that we have. Ukraine will accept Europe in its community. In fact, these were the words that European officer ended his speech. So when we are talking about who needs whom most, I would flip it over and I would say that the EU needs Ukraine within its community most, and more than Ukraine does. Thank you, Lesia. And we have reached the fishbowl on our agenda. I can see a hand. Please, you can take this seat. Roman Kivluk, International Media Support, who wishes to say something provocative. Greetings, everyone. I don't know whether it's provocative, but I hope it's gonna be useful. Many issues that you have brought up today are impossible without media. I would like to highlight the role of media because based on the examples from last year, we talked about the role of media in URC, at URC, Ukrainian Recovery Conference. And after Vera Yurova said from the stage, URC stage in Berlin, she said that independent media are important. Our ministries included this in roadmap, and then in a while, media disappeared again from the national roadmap. So in IMS, we practice spreading different ideas and messages by engaging many stakeholders. Doing the topic of media self-regulation, we involved the government, the civil society, media, and academia. And it ended up being a van that communicated between each other. So just a think tank where all those people exchanged ideas, and within 1 to 3 years we saw that a certain group formed that had a high level of trust, mutual trust, high level understanding of what each party wants, and last year the issue of media self-governance was not even brought up. This year we have a big progress in this regard. Why am I talking about this within the European integration process, within this topic? Everyone lives in their own bubble and does a lot of good their own level. But if we try to take those bubbles together, they have trouble matching each other. And as you said, many countries do not abide by European requirements. So as a representative of Danish organization, I also see that they do this, that look, this doesn't fit us and we do things differently. And this is all right. But we as a state, we need to be aligned, at least with internally, so that business, government, academia, and CSOs are aligned and are setting forward one thing, rather than presenting a polyphonic choir of voices. So my suggestion is to try and engage representatives from at least these 4 influential groups, sit down at a table and develop a high level of trust to each other. If everyone is biased against another party, it is really hard to get a sense of where everyone is going and develop a joint approach. Then you also mentioned networking. Of course, it's important. I studied in Poland in 2023-2024 when we started the procedure. There were so many fakes and misinformation in media. So after we exit the EU, sugar will become more expensive, and people just started buying all the sugar from stores. Then there was an issue around yields in Poland, and once their ministry did communication properly, everything settled down. So human communication between the key players in the process is half of success. So I will ask you another question. So I'm watching media, and media people are basically speaking overwhelmed, and any media specialist consumes more terrible news than any one of us. So this is a challenging area, and they also say that CSOs have poor communication skills and they do not deliver messages efficiently. What do we do about this? So even when you are setting forward a very good message, but it is boring, you won't be heard. And we are entering a vicious circle of communication. The state doesn't want to talk to CSOs because they will add workload to them. Media don't want to talk to CSOs because they give them boring stories. And everyone just ends up in their own corner doing their own thing. How do we make sure they come together and talk to each other? Well, I think we need to start with finding one table and uh, sitting down with everyone involved. It's just like marriage. You don't get married with a person you just seen. You get to know each other, you um, share some experiences, and then you may have a family together. You may start a family together. So it is unwise to ask from those different stakeholders to be friendly and open to each other right away. So we need an open discussion. No, discussion is not the right word. The dialogue. We need an open dialogue. When people don't know about things, they make them up. So they need to know about them. Now they ask ChatGPT, and the ChatGPT will give you so many options. So the best way around it is to sit down and talk. And even if everyone does their job and even shows heroism, it will not be a sustainable strategy. So the motto of this forum also states it that together we can do more than on our own. And there is a game where you have teams that are supposed to cooperate in order to or gain more scores. So now we are at a point that where we all lose or we all win. And of course, we need to use the conditions and resources that are available. People get burnouts everywhere, regardless of where they are placed, be it in government or media or business. And we have really heroic people who can come over difficult challenges, but not everyone is like this. We need to reach out to each other. Thank you. We have another volunteer. Fishbowl is a place where you can join us in case you have a burning desire to ask a question or make a comment. Yeah, of course you can ask a question. Just remember about timing. You can swap places. Thank you, Roman. Hi. Yeah, time is scarce, so I need to start. Maxim Yutsiba, Ukrainian Independent Center of Political Studies. I have two questions. And in general, we talked about them. So, first question, what can we, civil society of Ukraine, how can we contribute to the European integration? Yeah, we can make sacrifices, etc., etc. And the second question, what for? What can European integration give us, civil society? Yeah, so we'll have European government, European mindset. That sounds great. But just being an egoist, why do we need European integration? And the forum is entitled The Forum of Legal Reforms for Civil Society. So part of the organizations, when they develop the roadmaps, they joined work groups and joint consultations, and we developed a list of laws that the state must adopt, good beneficial laws, in order to make to change the tax code, the activities of charity funds. All of it has not been done. None of it has been done by the state. So there were suggestions to implement at least 10% of the promises, but the working group of the Ministry of Justice is not dealing with this. I'm asking this question to you all. Why do we need your Euro integration? Do we want to become the main producer of social services and sell them to European governments? We have a good experience like resilience, etc. And the EU doesn't have it. We stole it from Israel. 60% of social services in Germany are generated by the civil society, funded by the local budgets. Do we want to compete in this market and to get billions of euros to Ukrainian budget? Do we want to get access to the charitable to enormous number of charities of the EU? Do Ukrainian charities want to become the main fundraisers not only in Ukraine but beyond Ukraine, in the EU, and even beyond, in Asia, in Africa? Do we want to replace USAID? We will collect money from the European rich people and then redistribute them. And what do we need to do in order to make it happen? Maybe to lobby this as a part of European negotiation. We will talk about how we will tax these funds. There are many issues arising from there. Then our youth organizations will add that we want to become the main recipients of the EU Commission in youth programs. We have great experience and we know how to engage the youth, how to develop their resilience and their dreams, and we will do it for both Spaniards and Finnish people. So this is an open question to the leaders of volunteer groups, so leaders of charities. What do we want to get from this movement? And I have not seen an agenda like this anywhere. Why do we need the EU? And what is the role of civil society? What are the checks and balances and leverages that we will benefit from? Do Ukrainian think tanks want to become or want to get 40% of grants for research? We may become a research center for the EU Commission in order to solve the world problems. So do we want this money or will we rely on our own money? Let us dream. As students said during the French Revolution of 1968, be realists and demand impossible. So thank you for your attention. Maybe anyone from the audience would like to answer my question. What do we want to get from the European integration as civil society? Thank you, Maxim. Any reactions? Well, Maxim, can we? You listed such ambitious roles and missions. I think all organizations have their own strategy that includes your integration as their strategy. And we also need expertise. Those roles that you listed, I'm just impressed by the list that you made. Each organization has its own missions. Sometimes they are analytical, or at other times they do fundraising. And some organizations are funded by the state. So can we given that civil society is not comprised by 10 organizations that are debating in Kiev. This is a much bigger sector, and 80% are talking about lack of funding, and 60% are lacking competence. Maybe let us be more modest. I will respond to you. Yes, we can, and the fund of Eastern Europe can for sure. And I am confident that many governments of the EU would compete to engage you to digitalize the governance processes and to implement digital democracy. I studied your products and they are unique. Most European countries do not possess, cannot boast the level of digitalization that you are setting forward. So your foundation can for sure.
На наступну панель.
And this is where I did make the bridge for the next panel, because any digitalization cannot ignore an important thing, which is human rights.
Навіть ті продукти, які створені в Україні, час від часу отримують
The products that are created in Ukraine often get criticized in terms of whether they had due diligence,
з приводу того, що а чи вони дійсно
whether they really correspond to human rights.
дискусія. Я думаю, що це хороший такий заділ на
So it's a great discussion,
зібратися і поговорити.
which is the
Але у
starter,
нас висить уже табличка Time's Up.
but we are
І ми маємо
exhausted our time for this session.
закінчити
We have to
цю
wrap
панель.
this panel discussion,
Не закривати її просто, але ставити, напевно, 3 крапки.
so we put it on
І я
pause.
хочу подякувати, власне,
And I want
двом
to
нашим
thank
співробітникам,
all
які доєдналися до банків КМС,
two of our
Максиму
guests,
Лацибу, ЛЦПД, і нашим
Максим
прекрасним
Лациба,
учасникам Олексію Орловському,
Олексій Орловський,
Наталії
Natalia Yasenko, Alexander Volana,
достатньо продуктивну
for a
дискусію.
very
Ми
productive
точно вийшли
discussion.
на два розуміння, що
For
без
sure, we have reached
посилення
two main
власних
and
знань,
that without
експертизи,
strengthening our own knowledge and
об'єднання
expertise,
і
without
без
uniting
все ж таки,
and
комунікації з різними
communicating
сторонами,
with
навіть якщо
different
не
sides,
завжди
even if you
подобається,
don't like it.
ми навряд чи зможемо бути
Without
ефективними в
that, we
євроінтеграції.
won't be able
І друга річ,
to
яку
be effective
теж
in your
треба
integration.
собі
The second thing,
постійно вибивати, ми є суб'єктними,
we
ми є
are
набагато
players.
більше суб'єктами,
We
ніж
are
багато
much
так
more
званих сталих демократій.
players in
Тому
this
що
world
жодна
than
стала
many established
демократія
democracies,
насправді не мала тих
because
викликів
no
і того
established
досвіду,
democracy had
і знову ж
such
таки,
challenges
афішуючи
and
наших
experience that we're going through.
наступних спікерів,
So,
не можу не згадати
among the next speakers,
схеми,
I
яку
must
намалював одного разу
mention
Євген Ліговицький,
what
показуючи,
Yen
як відбувається
Legovitsky
життя середньостатистичного
told when
європейця
he
після
was
Другої світової
describing
війни
the life
українців.
after the Second World War European
То
citizen.
європейці просто собі жили, накопичували
So meanwhile,
ресурси,
Europeans
наділяючи
were
решта.
accumulating
Українці
resources, etc. Ukrainians,
ми
though,
можемо буквально щорічно,
had a
як
history
не
of
голод,
struggles,
то,
famines,
знесення садів, як не
um,
знесення садів, то
all kinds of
репресії,
cleansing,
як не
repressions,
репресії, то
Afghan
Афган,
war,
Perestroika,
Chernobyl war,
дальше
perestroika,
ми
etc.,
собі
etc.
живемо весело.
So we're basically
Але це,
never
в тому числі,
boring.
сформувало нашу стійкість,
But that
яка
shaped our
дозволяє нам
resilience
бути
as
ті
well.
самі
That
72
allows
години, про які
us to
сказала
have
Леся.
these 72 hours that Lessa
Я
mentioned,
б сказав, перші 3 місяці, так точно.
the first 3 months,
Вони
so
дозволили
to say,
вистояти,
allowed us
і
to
відбивати
stand
нападки росіян, які були тут
and
недалеко
fight
від
back
нас, насправді,
Russians
і
who
ми
were
досі-
very close to
ми
us.
досі є,
And we're still
страшними
here
жертвами, але ми досі
through
існуємо.
terrible
Ми намагаємося
sacrifice,
змінювати
but we're
країну,
still here. We're
щоб
trying to
країни
change the
лягають
country, which is
вибиранки. Я вже мовчу про те,
outside
що
of
багато країн Європи,
the
наприклад, той же
standard
доступ до
at all.
публічної інформації
Because in many
прикрили
countries of
першим
Europe,
доступом.
many
Україні
European
більше.
countries closed the
Є
public
проблеми,
access
є
information.
до цього, але
Ukraine didn't.
Тому
It's still there.
ми маємо собою пишатися,
So we have to
ми
be
маємо
proud
собою
of ourselves, we
працювати,
have to work
а
on
зараз ми
ourselves.
маємо себе
And now
нагодувати, тому
let's
що нас годують.
have
Дякую
lunch.
всім.
Thank you so much.
Колонній залі Київської
Dear participants of the forum, dear online participants, we're getting back after the break, and I have the honor and pleasure to pass this microphone to the next moderator of the final panel discussion for today. Valery Pakar, teacher of business schools and civil society organization and decolonization, limited human rights, how protests with cardboard can impact democracy in Ukraine. Thank you everybody for finding time to get to us. Thank you, dear friends. The last panel discussion for today, the most resilient people. But let's make it interesting. I'm happy to greet here participants of this panel discussion.
Давайте почнемо від мене. Олександра Матвійчук, голова Центру громадянських свобод, організації, яка була відзначена Нобелівською премією миру, правозахисниця.
So, human rights activist Alexandra will be speaking.
Зінаїда Аверіна, як написано тут, співкоординаторка мирного
Zinaida Averina, coordinator of peaceful congregation People with Cardboard. People with Cardboards is an interesting phenomenon and the history and the story that happened this year.
В цій історії це був горизонтальний процес, але в цій історії нема начальників, але співкоординатор.
So there are coordinators. There's no boss for that union. Metro Lubinets, ombudsperson in human rights in parliament. And Inna Sovson, an MP from Golos party. We will be joined also by Evgen Globovitsky, co-founder and director of Frontier Institute. If he will, okay, Eugene.
Привітаємо Євгена, будь ласка, також. Принаймні, одна людина в залі дуже сильно рада його бачити. Це я.
So I'm happy to see our guests. Thank you.
У нас тема позначена.
So the topic is very wide. Human rights, protests, people with cardboard, defending human rights, democracy, martial law. So let's start
Цю тему акуратненько
to
розкласти на складові.
put it into different parts, and I will try to ask questions to each of our participants.
Я би почав з того, що один з найбільших страхів українців України останнім часом полягає в тому, що ми перемагаємо Росію, стаємо маленькою Росією.
One of the biggest fears of Ukraine is that by fighting Russia, we become a small Russia. Like you kill a dragon, you become a dragon yourself. So, allusion to the old Soviet theater play, Killing a Dragon. Does that really look like that? Do we really maintain to keep democracy in Ukraine, or is there no more democracy in Ukraine? And what do we do to prevent turning into a small Russia? So let's Alexander try and answer. So we have less audience, but we still have 2 rounds, 5 minutes each, and maybe a last word for a couple of minutes. So let's keep within 5 minutes. Good morning, good afternoon, dear participants. I would like by answering this question to scope the context, how I see it.
Бачу, що ми затиснені між двома логіками: логікою війни і логікою євроінтеграції. І це два кардинально протилежні напрями. Бо логіка війни
So it's the logic of war and logic of Euro-integration are two different. So Euro-integration, decentralization. The logic of war is centralization. The logic of war dictates that we have to narrow the space of freedoms and rights because of the security concerns. The logic of Euro-integration, on the contrary, requires expanding the field of rights and freedoms, and it's an example. And examples can go on, and we are balancing between these two logics because we have to fulfill 2 tasks in parallel: protecting our country, our people, and our democratic choice from Russian aggression, and in parallel do everything we can to implement our democratic choice, that it materialize in
працюючи
effective
в
working
демократичних
democratic
системах.
institutions.
І в нас нема розкоші
And we don't
відкласти
have
жодне
the
завдання на
luxury to
потім.
postpone
Ми
any of these tasks
приречені
for
виконувати
later.
ці два завдання
We have to
паралельно,
deliver it in
і
parallel
це і
somehow.
визначає ось цей такий доволі дивний танок, коли ми рухаємося розірвані двома протилежними логіками, намагаючись виконати те, що проголошено. І тут я би сказала, що ми не маємо жодних гарантій, що нам це вдасться.
We have no guarantees that we will succeed either of those. The history of the world says that this is a very narrow corridor. Not everybody, not every contender, the countries who wound up in war or revolutions, not everybody succeeded to exit from this corridor. But we'll have to do our best. It's our commitment, our responsibility. What makes us look into the future optimistically is understanding that when we're opening any sociological study about Ukrainians always put freedom to the highest place in the hierarchy of values. There are different groups who understand the freedom in their own way, but for me, thinking about it, it became obvious for me that freedom is not it's not only self-expression for us, it's also survival, because the war that pressures us between these two logics, it's not lasting for 12 years only, it lasts for several centuries. It's a genocide war. As Putin in Alaska said, it's for destruction of the first reasons. And the first reason is that we exist as Ukrainian people, and we would not have survived if we didn't try and persevere in an attempt to be free. So freedom is not just a value of self-expression, it's about survival. So that I think that civil society's objective is to project this value of freedom, understanding the whole complexity of the context, because our strength is not in centralized presidential or vertical power. It's in local democracies and freedom of speech, and understanding simple people that they have agency, that their efforts have sense. And the latest protest that happened in summer this year, and there are some of the coordinators here, and it's a sign for me. For me, it also says about strength of your Ukrainian society. It's not about its weakness. Okay, thank you, Alexander. I would say I agree with what Russian dictator Putin says, that only when the initial reason for the war disappears, the war will stop, and the reason is the existence of Russian Empire. So let's get back to our topic. So how this dichotomy looks for you between freedoms and commitments on limitations of martial law and democracy, your integration commitments and the war, how it looks like from inside the parliament. What are the challenges that members of the parliament face when they want to pass a certain decision? Is there in the parliament any understanding of how to go and pass between these two opposing poles? Thank you for the invitation and for the discussion. I think having space to even talk about it is important in itself. So the availability of platforms and communities where people can talk and discuss this is in itself the notion of democracy. Because in Parliament, when we talk about democracy, the most frequent thing they say is the election is democracy. But that's a big challenge, because on one hand, it narrows the understanding of democracy as such. In Russia, there are elections, but it doesn't make Russia any more democratic. On the other hand, we forget that democracy can be practiced in different ways, different formats. And fortunately, civil society, people who went to the streets a month ago, they reminded us that democracy can be practiced in a different way. But of course, we would like the parliament to be more engaged, more involved in co-creation of this current democracy of the wartime. I don't want to be super pessimistic and to say that there is no room for actually debate and discussion. But let me tell you this: when there was a voting on the draft law on NABU and anti-corruption prosecution, you'll remember this, and we were the colleagues. We were standing next to the podium in the parliament, and I was standing there and thinking, when the Yanukovych laws were voted, there were many more MPs who were protesting against it. This time, there were not so many people protesting this, but they were there. It's important. So the parliament, we have the parliament that we have. We can't change it. We just want to remember that democracy is not only about election, and it's primarily not just about election. It's about freedom of speech, thinking, congregation, etc. And all of this can function even when there is no election. Second, what I wanted to say, Valery also referred to the book of Narrow Corridor, and the authors say there that democracy survives in those places where you can keep the balance between the strong centralized state and civil society. And here I will say something controversial now, but I have a conviction that you can't build authoritarianism in Ukraine, not because, well, because there is civil society, but it's because our state apparatus, state machinery is super ineffective. I'm not saying it has to be stronger, more effective. It has to be a working one. But we have so many non-working components there. So that's one of the reasons that gives me hope that, in fact, you know, whoever tried to build authoritarianism in Ukraine, they all failed. But that's one of the factors, and you have to work with it. So, the third thing, unrelated to the previous ones, because it's important to talk about it. We're talking about human rights situation in the country. And the truth is that in the war, people whose rights are limited the most are the military, the active military servants to protect us. And they don't even have any protection comparable to what should have been expected from a democratic state. And I think quite often during discussions, there's the discussion about democracy and democratic development, but on other platforms there's discussion about the war, the rights of the military. We want to remember that it's part of the same discussion. If the rights of the military should be protected because they build our right for democratic society. And it's bad that we don't notice how they get the unjust or unfair attitude from different sides. So I think we should remember that and talk about the rights of the military in terms of discussion of democracy. Thank you, Ina. So we can't build authoritarianism. We have corruption. It's corruption that destroys the good things and the bad things. You know, authoritarianism is also destroyed by corruption. Since we touched upon human rights, let me rearrange the discussion. Let me ask the Dmitro. So, you're an ombudsperson, human rights. you have to steer our ship between these two extremes.
Що у вас відбувається? Які кейси останнім часом
What are the cases that you see mostly nowadays in your office? What do the people come with? What is the biggest problem? And how do you see this balance or compromise or some creative superposition between these two unacceptable extremities of the martial law that lays so many limitations on human rights? We talked about rights of the military, but that's not only about them, and the freedoms for which we are actually waging this war. Thank you for the question. First of all, let me start by saying that our institution, we can compare with any organism. It's like spinal brain that has to have the signal that something bad is happening.
Відреагувати у вигляді тих інструментарів, які у нас є. Це в тому числі підняття питань, публічне підняття питань, звернення до парламенту, звернення до уряду.
So addresses to the parliament, addresses to the government, registering systemic violations of human rights,
І запропонувати конкретні рекомендації органам влади. В нашому випадку як парламенту, так і уряду.
and suggest the recommendations to the parliament and the government. That's how it should be in theory. In reality, well, almost this. I can outline the category of rights that are getting violated the most. There's an example. In 2022, as an ombudsperson, I received 42,000 addresses. In 2023, 93,000 addresses. In 2024, more than 123,000 complaints. By the end of this year, I see it's going to be more than 150,000. So it's on the first place is complaints from the military, from the families, from people lost, taken captive. That's take 40% of all the complaints. And there are instruments to respond to that. Monitoring visits, demanding from the authorities, from executive branch, a specific action to restore violated rights. I agree with the MP that our military, unfortunately, is one of the most vulnerable categories, and their main right is to understand how much time they have to stay in the military service. It's violated, and it's recorded in the annual report of the ombudsperson over the last 2 years. I recommend to read this document. It's a big document, but just skim it at least. 600 pages. So many of the problems that we have in society, you will see them, that we recorded them, and we suggested recommendations how to change this situation. As for the balance between freedom and security, I don't think we have problems. I mean, no problems between the martial law and the democratic choice. We have a problem of actually enforcing the laws of Ukraine. Maybe the Constitution directly says the possible limitation of some rights in the martial law. It even says the list of articles that directly limited, and the rights that can be limited. One story is that the limitations have to be proportionate to the security threat that can establish these rights. So here, let me give an example as part of our panel discussion is the right for peaceful congregation and the free expression. Each day, all over Ukraine, there are peaceful congregations. It doesn't violate Constitution and the situation where we live from 2014. Do you know who's the biggest organizer of protests and meetings? Families of the military of the families of the warriors lost and held captive. The different problem is that not all authorities actually enforce Ukrainian laws. That's the key problem. Secondly, unfortunately, the limitation of rights, the authorities took as a wall between them and the civil society that they have. So I think that the protests, like with cardboard, it's also an expression of dissatisfaction of civil society, that they are ignored, their voice is not heard. There are some global processes, very non-transparent, with no discussion, and in the violation of legal procedures. Take a look at governmental quarter, with all respect to the parliament, where I had honor to serving twice, but you can't physically go in there. The whole governmental quarter is shut down. We understand that it has logic in terms of security. There's one state institution that have free access, and the block post only begins after this building. So that's human rights ombudsperson. Each day on the block post, so it takes a couple of minutes to get somebody from ombudsperson's office to talk. So you talk and you show it's a sign of openness of the authorities, even openness to difficult questions. So as of now, I think it's a difficult situation in terms of survival. And summing up this first intervention, so to my mind, the victory of Ukraine is going to be to stay is a democratic Ukraine. That's going to be our biggest victory, to keep Ukraine democratic. And that's why we have to fight for it. Civil society. How many of you? Like you have 220,000 requests. How many employees? We have 464 employees. So about 1,000 complaints for each. I think you should give a round of applause to all those people, not only Dmitro, but because this is incredible. So each of these three appeal to the people with cardboards. So let's try and see how it should look like. They say that the young people are people who have no authority, who have their own image about people, and it often they feel very acute when somebody encroaches on their freedom. So how is this dichotomy between war and human rights, between freedom and security, looks like from your generation, and what you could, it's like senior generation, what the senior generation and younger generation could understand as something they share. All right, thank you. I had some first gray hairs. I remember being a little younger, so I'm asking my niece sometimes, who's younger than me, to check whether we still understand each other. So first, during the protests, people were surprised why the young people went to protest. Where did you come from? I also had some answers to this. First, I was surprised to the very fact of this question, because Ukraine has a lot of protest experience. All the revolutions were mostly started by youth and students. So it is still called a phenomenon, but I wouldn't call it a phenomenon because this is one of the protests in the Ukrainian history which is rich in protest. Because ever since 2013 we have constant protests and constant fight, and it didn't stop. So those who were 20 years old in 2013 did notice that after some time new generation is coming up in their footsteps. It's just a little time passed, and a lot of things changed in the way protests happen. And I'd like to offer you a couple of points. First of all, I remember July 22nd when I saw some news on Facebook, and I felt this protest spark that it crosses red lines. You have to do something, because just Facebook posts obviously will not help in the situation anymore. This illegal draft law will be voted, and there was still hope that it was vetoed. It would be vetoed. It wasn't. So that created a number of key triggers. Why so acute is this? It's not about some personalities in the organs. It's not about personalities in the cases that potentially can be investigated. There were clear triggers. I personally had a trigger for a movement of total centralization of decision making. So there's no more checks and balances in the government. There's no more transparent decision making. I think this is critical in. So even during war, we cannot centralize decisions because they become detrimental quickly. Second trigger is the revolution of dignity. So what the Maidan was for. And thirdly is Euro-integration reforms. That's one of the key requirements, very important institutions that get constructed during Euro-integration. As a young person, that I got back after 1.2 years of immigration since the start of the large-scale invasion. I believe this is very important to be part of Euro-integration movement. I try to monitor it and try to invest in it. And so I also realized that a lot of young people, not only young people, but a lot of people, they're either at war or died or immigrated, and they had to move forward because there was a feeling that we may run out of people. Because there are a lot of leaders, opinion leaders among young people, especially during war. New opinion leaders have emerged, and all those opinion leaders are already busy doing something important, and you have to do even more. So that's why a lot of people joined in the process, and we can say that these are some fresh, young people who still are not yet too experienced in civil society activities. So that's the first part that I wanted to mention. And secondly, that it was a protest blitzkrieg. It was very quick, but thankfully with positive result. But also the authorities had instinct enough to understand that you have to really listen to the voices and not to prevent radicalization, and using so my very first post when the young people started joining in was about the fact that we maintain the state, and during the war it's very dangerous to protest. So we have to do everything we can to make it constructive and safe, only with clear demands to just to dismiss the bad law. All the rallies to topple the power, we didn't work it.
So the good news is that NABU's procedural autonomy is restituted, and we can moving forward cautiously. And I'm coming to my message number 3. What I realized is that among the youth there is a spark and a desire to get involved, to do something in the face of all the challenges and requirements that Ukraine is facing. This is the youth that stayed or is returning from abroad, and they have a crystal clear understanding of the circumstances we are living under. And I'm going to say something that I didn't say in any interview, because as time passes, you have time to reflect on things. Civil society in Ukraine is there, it is powerful, and us as an organization in 2 weeks, we didn't really have time to do much, but the general vibe really is taking us there and inspiring us. There is a big resource of civil society that stakeholders can tap into in order to make some real solutions happen. So we have things to be proud of in this regard. And there is a competition for this fresh blood among different organizations, I should note. Thanks so much, Zinaida. Actually, all the revolutions started with someone feeling that if I stay away, everybody will. And nothing will happen, nothing will change. And this is when everybody goes out in the street to protest. So I'm gonna benefit from the opportunity that we have here in this hall. Vladislav Rushkovan wrote an article. He's a finance specialist, and he studied this phenomenon of Ukrainians going out in the streets, and why it works in some countries and why it doesn't in other countries. Why it works in Ukraine, why it works in Bashkortostan and Altai, and doesn't work in Belarus or Russia or some republics of the Russian Federation. So we as civil society representatives need to be really keen on the mechanisms and the philosophy of it. Then Yevhen, if you could come back to us. Thank you for following this discussion. My first question is the same to you. How do you see the Ukraine scores between these two extremes, the extreme of war and constraints on freedom, and the human rights and freedom? What do we do to stay in the middle? What are we doing wrong? It seems to me that the uniqueness of Ukrainian optics is that we are attempting to stay rooted in survival values and while trying to express ourselves. We're trying to unite two extremes. And if we talk of the ethical aspect of it, the interaction within society, we can see that we do not oppose freedom and security. We need freedom to feel secure, and we need security to feel free. And when we lose freedom and security, when we lose freedom, we lose security, and vice versa. From the Western point of view, it's hard to explain and understand, because for them, freedom and security can be placed on the opposite extremes of the spectrum. And our approach extended the framework of democracy. Democracy is possible even when a part of the electorate is inaccessible. Democracy is about citizens' possibility to influence the power, those in power decisions, the decisions of those in power. And the cardboard protest showed the maturity of Ukrainian society in general, and in particular the maturity of its new component that we haven't yet seen in political life. But things will get more complicated going forward. Ukrainian democracy will face its own challenges. In my opinion, we need to have a few safeguards that will not let us become a dictatorship. So we are rather a poor state, and we depend on economic injections from other countries. This is a dependence that, as we can see, blends quickly with the conditions of democratic development, conditionality, as they say. In some cases, we managed to explain this specificity to our international partners, but still the West has a stronger position in negotiations. Now we have a situation when Ukrainian society depends on the Western assistance in all non-military expenses. It also means that Ukraine's negotiation position is weaker compared to the EU stance in negotiations. When it comes to force and security, contrary to what we can hear in the public discourse, the fact of the fact that Ukraine ceased to be a nuclear power enabled European Maidan. In fact, it proves the idea that the absence of force can also be an advantage. I think that Ukraine will have to face another challenge very soon: how to preserve democracy when we feel stronger and when we feel richer. And this is what we need to get ready. Just like those young people who went to protest with cardboard. We can see some developments here. When they see how much taxes they need to pay in order to maintain an obsolete pension system, a big part of those young people can switch to another camp that will not be willing to support social projects, inclusivity. They will rather support the idea of denying commitment rather than assuming it. So Ukraine as a democracy is alive. We have learned a very important lesson, And we have also seen the Ukrainian delegation to misinterpret the signals in Rome and first passed the draft law and adopted a law and then made a reverse action. Mind you, Ukrainian administration did not become shut, and in contrast to Kuchma's administration in similar cases, Zelensky administration listened to the disagreements and recognized that they were wrong and corrected themselves. But the joy of another exam passed is saddened by the fact that we still have too many exams to pass. Thanks so much, Yevhen. We have 36 minutes left. That means that I will have time to ask you one more question. And you can either respond my question or give your thoughts or do both. In case something resonated with you and you would like to reflect on it, please make use of your time to do so. And we have many monologues here, whereas we aimed for having dialogues. So we are moving on to our second circle of questions. And I would like to start with the question, the issue of adult and child's world. So somewhere there are adults who know what to do, how to do things, and those adults can maintain the democracy that we are living in. And sadly enough, we have fewer and fewer democracies around the world. So you're traveling a lot, you're meeting a lot of world politicians. What do Ukrainians do when it seems like there are very few adults around? And where does our democracy, where is our democracy going? This is a complicated issue. If I will give you a simple answer, we need to call things by their names. The countries that we got used to calling as countries of democratic states, they lost it. The rule of law, human rights, security, all of it started to be taken for granted in those countries. And I can swap it for something else in the next elections. Some economic benefits, my own comfort in the first place. Freedom for people abroad can be reduced to choosing between cheeses in their fridge. So this is the dimension of freedom they operate with. This is when you never had to fight for your freedom. This is a very disturbing tendency. 80% of people live in partially free countries, and 20% are going through the new realization that the state is changing, and Ukrainians have been beyond their comfort zone for many decades now, and media have emphasized it more than once. We are showing in real time what it means and what it takes to defend your freedom. We are the only nation that that fought in 2013 and 14 in order to defend human rights, right for freedom. Thanks so much, Oksana. A bit more difficult question to Ina. In the contemporary history of Ukraine, as we know, the parliament was the one that saved this country from the darkest crisis. Today, it seems like the parliament is not at the peak of its ambitions, to put it mildly. Let us talk about the future. Alexandra has already mentioned it. Transitioning from peace to war is easier than transitioning from war to peace. So once the war is declared, everyone understands that life has changed and you need to take some decisions. Circumstances are changing. And once we are transitioning from war to peace, it's way harder. How do you see Ukrainian parliamentarism, the role of Ukrainian parliament to ensure human rights in transitioning from war to peace? What do we do under current conditions to come back to normal? Wow, such a question. So you allowed us to comment on what others said, so I'd like to make a comment. When Zinaida started speaking, she said, and some people could forget about the fact that going out in the streets is a tradition. I was at Maidan in 2004. I was there in 2013 and 14. And for the last 2 years, I was telling my friends that I don't want to go out and stand in Maidan. Once again, Maidan means that our institutions fail. It means that institutions do not carry out their duties. And this is what happened in summer this year. And second explanation of why I don't want to go out to Maidan is a bit larger, and I will add some realistic notes. Ukrainian society, on one hand, is the one that is fighting for its freedom and knows what to do and what it takes. But this is not the full picture, and this is not the whole Ukrainian society that thinks so. Because if it was the case, then the military would know who will replace them on the front line. We don't have too many volunteers to serve in the army, and we have the military who are fighting for the for first for 4 years in a row. So we have just one chunk of society that is passionate enough and committed enough that goes out to Maidan. The number of friends that I seen in cupboard protests alerted me, because I have seen the same faces. Yeah, of course, we have new generations coming in, and I have seen many students of mine in the rows of protesters in those cupboard rallies. But I'm concerned by the fact that this chunk of society is not increasing that much. Yes, of course, this parliament will not fight for democracy, and it must be pushed. But there is an issue of the next parliament, And we need to understand that it will not be voted for only by those who protested. It will be voted for by those um, who stole money from fortifications and stayed away from conscription. So we are not increasing this space of freedom from within. I would like us to do it because there is just a small chunk of society that goes out to protest. It means that we are not really changing from within. We're not really building a state with the rule of law. And this is also a part of our history. We need to talk about it. We need to recognize it. We need to admit it. Because when we are turning our eyes from it, we are not advancing at all. It seems to me that we need to teach people about human rights and duties, obligations. So we prepared a new curriculum on civic education. We are training teachers, and I wish we had more volunteers and more enthusiastic people who would embrace this new realities, new curriculums. And over several years of my political activities, I've seen people who just become desperate, and they sometimes prefer going abroad and working at a think tank abroad and just feel compassion for Ukraine from there, because they've seen that they cannot do much here. So we need to increase the number of such people who are ready to be proactive. Thank you so much. We will build on what you have said when I ask the next question to Zinaida. So the question of transitioning from war to peace, we don't know when it happens. Hopefully it happens within the near future, the years to come. How does the state plan to tackle this transition while respecting human rights and preserving what it has in terms of population? After the war, we will have a big high levels of damage, shattered hearts and families and cities, enormous need of funding, the issue of justice that goes against other values. So we in civil society, how can we get ready and make sure that society stays coherent and perseveres after the war? How can we in civil society get prepared, get capable in order to not to win the war but lose the peace? One of my first business trips was to Croatia, and I met Tela Shimonovic, my colleague there. I spent 2 days in Croatia after soon after my appointment, and I talked to people who, after the conclusion of their conflict, did human activism. And Shimonovic had the father who was the ombudsman back then, and he said that if you think that you are struggling now, you are wrong. The hardest times will come when the war is over. You will face enormous numbers of people who will come back from the front line. They will expect the state to protect their rights and their rights and freedoms. Then there will be a separation within society into those who served in the army and those who didn't, those who stayed in occupation, those who didn't, those who went abroad. 4.6 million IDPs are registered as IDPs in Ukraine, and more than 6 million left abroad. They are refugees, and they will all appeal to the Ukrainian government to restore their rights. And we should be ready for this. After the war is over, the assistance that Ukraine is receiving should be extended for decades. And when talking to colleagues now, I ask my colleagues, when talking with democratic governments, I ask them to suggest long-term assistance programs for Ukraine. Regarding the youth, I second my colleague from the Verkhovna Rada, Inna Sursun. We need to do awareness raising. This is a safeguard of why Ukraine will not become a dictatorship. The youth will go out in the streets. So after Zinaida mentioned this, I recalled that I participated only in the Maidan in 2013-14. I was 30 years old back then, and I thought that I'm not exactly a young man, but the youth really assumes responsibility and is ready to make big steps to show the rest of society that this is the path to follow. And after that, we have elder people taking up some positions. And in Maidan in 2013 and 14, we have seen people of all ages protesting. And please remember about both rights and obligations. Sometimes I ask people, what do you do about obligations? Can we talk about protection of rights while forgetting about obligations? Our constitution lists not only rights but also obligations. The youth, just like the whole of Ukrainian society, must understand the toolbox of official public power, and it should be transparent to both sides. Building on what you said regarding the international dimension, many may be surprised, but over the last 10 years, we have seen a stable tendency of democracies to fail. Authoritarian countries have become stronger than democratic ones over the last 10 years, unfortunately. And this is one of the causes of this war. Democratic states fail to understand that this is not about the Ukraine-Russia war. Since 2022 in Ukraine, we have a war between two groups of countries, dictator states who decided to get united and change the world order. And on the other side, democratic states that are helping us, but are still hesitating whether they should intervene or not. They do not want to have war at their doorstep. But I'm saying, you see, you have this war at your doorstep. Russian drones started getting into your space even before 2022. We prepared a special report on how Russia prepared aggression against Ukraine in 2014. We analyzed the Russia's actions from 2003, the first attempt to um, exert aggression against Ukraine was when the Russians tried to take the island Tuzla from Ukraine. But Ukrainian response uh, was such, and European countries' response was such that the Russians realized that they could pack their aggression a bit differently, and no one will say much. So when I presented that special report, I addressed my colleagues from Estonia, Poland, Moldova, Lithuania, and Latvia, and I said, you will have read all the elements that Russia has used since 2003, and you will find them in your situations too. So, do you really think Russia doesn't care about your countries? So, now it is up to Ukrainians.
Also, it depends on understanding of our partners that you can't throw money at the so-called Ukrainian problem or Ukrainian crisis. You can't just throw money. And the last remark, unfortunately, we see that the push to behavior that is more prone to autocratic countries, we see directly in the so-called developed democracies. Okay, thank you, Dmitro. It's not that we are adult, but we are the adults in the room. Also, regarding Tuzla, the first territorial claims of Russia to Ukraine is day number 4 territorial independence of Ukraine, and then afterwards within the first months, and then 1992, where a big crisis started in Russia, and they temporarily stopped about thinking about Ukraine. So if they have big crisis for a while, they forget about Ukraine. So let's return that we are now adults, and the expansion of space for freedom. There's always a passionate minority and passive majority. Bernard Shaw used to say that people are split into two categories: those who scream, "Where is this world coming to?" and those who are pushing the world towards where it's coming to. How do we expand space for freedom? How do we be in a situation where the young people who, in the Ukrainian history, always beginning from the revolution of Ukraine, was the moving force behind changes and the reforms. Now it's becoming smaller and smaller demographic category, plus migration, etc. So you, as your generation, how do you see the processes, and what do they do? I have a lot of different thinking that resonates to what was mentioned. So, as Alexander said, remember that vicious circle. Good times brings weak people bring hard times bring strong people. Strong people bring good times. So now, difficult times bring strong people. But then our Western partners, they are still on the other side of the circle, where good times bring forth weak people, and now they create bad times and hard times in the midterm prospects. So maybe well, when travel abroad, we would like to talk to these. It's great to have good times, but it's also good to be strong people. Then you get to do a lot more. So protests are more exciting than going to a club. In I personally had this interesting feeling like I was in Ibiza, but I was in Kyiv in in civil protest. And just as well to what Eugene said, Eugene asked, "What do we do when, as soon as we become stronger and wealthier? How do we retain democracy?" Even over the time of large-scale invasion, I feel that the inferiority complex, my inferiority complex, has become smaller. It didn't disappear, but having traveled all different countries, having talked to the young people, try talking to young people in European Union, especially the left wing young people. It's very hard to perceive like realistically. So when the inferiority complex decreases, we feel more confident and strong. But I want to uh, believe we will create better times. So it is the risk, thinking about risk ahead of time, but also enjoy a little more confidence. It's also worth doing, but translate it into a positive contribution. Coming back to how do we expand field of freedom and consciousness. So it's also my question. When I see my peers moving away, so economically challenged, they move away. So, we understand that it's about education. Taking responsibility. We don't call ourselves organizers because it's a horizontal movement. Um, he was initiated by veteran Dmitro. Thousands of people don't know anything about me or Anastasia, who wrote a letter to um, city administration, to the police. So we're not leaders for them or organizers, but still, this ability to dare and make a step forward, it requires skills and experience. How we, even if it's a new situation, but if you have some new situation where you participated already, it took commitment, so that helps each time to increase the scale. And here I'm thankful to Ukrainian Leadership Academy, where I studied, where I got to know um, girls that we coordinated protests with, already had lectures in our school back in 2019. I remember there was a wow effect after this lecture. And this is the place that helped us get experience and ability to talk between each other. Because if you're under pressure of events and protests and all kinds of different um, like law enforcement starts getting interested with you, and we just sat and talked between each other in order to clarify some kind of vision and trust each other. Then the protests were over, and people want to join bigger time, but to learn to talk between each other, to agree what do you do, what methods, and how are you going to do together. So training and the network of people you trust is very important, and that is the way that helps us to expand the field of freedom. So at least in each region, the Leadership Academy, and it's also the sign that it's funded by businesses, local self-governance. So it's one of those practical things that can be made. If you ask, what do you do?
Ми більш-менш всі зійшлися на тому, що громадянська просвіта є одним з ключів.
So education is one of the things
Пане Євгене,
that is the solution. Eugene will wrap a discussion. We have some 5 minutes.
на екран. І вам тоді довіримо закінчити.
So we'll trust you to wrap this discussion. One of the things that I like when you take a look at the framework of 100 years. If you look at the Ukrainian process within 100 years, everything that our ancestors didn't do and everything that Ukrainian people went through and how we help ourselves with the challenges that we have now, how do we shape the agenda for civil society in the nearest future so that we can find this balance: freedom, security, human rights, war, victory, etc. Civil society, those who find their agenda and look for their agenda. So let's try to come up with the key positions. I think most important in this, other than qualitative parameters, evidence-based and vision on the other hand, I think it's important to keep an open mind or high horizon of planning, to look in the time frame beyond the political cycle, even with the fact that the political cycle right now has been overdue. It's important to understand what will be the political cycle after it. And in this sense, it's important for me to see us self-critical, to be self-critical, not only the way we want to see ourselves, but to be conscious of our limitations, weak spots, and because it's easier to talk about ourselves as people who are hospitable and hardworking. So the characteristics match, but when we look at the study of values, we see a different picture. And it's important to see that Ukrainians are people who can cause not only good things, but also they can lie. And inside of our society, there's always a very difficult process of getting on top of our characteristics that we don't like. And so that is the constant way of improvement. I don't think we will have geopolitical situation where we can sit quietly, because we are at the crossroads. We're not even aware of how much we are at the crossroads, because so that's why the threats around us will emerge. It is the price for other benefits that we have, but we take things for granted. And the problems are in unfairness of the world. So learn ourselves. So if we only look at the current context, transactional goods, good stuff will not necessarily translate into long-term
Дуже дякую,
good
пане
options.
Євгене. Ну, по суті, ми завершуємо нашу дискусію. Тут якраз те, що Іван сказав, наштовхнуло мене на класичний жарт.
So what Eugene said, it's a classic joke. Geography teacher says Ukraine has a great geographical position, best soils, best sea, climate, natural resources. And the history says this is the worst situation you could ever get into, because others will want that. So we grew up on the frontier, on the crossroads, but we have to understand that it's here, at this crossroad, that the Ukrainian nation is shaped, Ukrainian society as it is. If this happened in some other place, it would be a different society and a different nation, because it's the country that forms the nation. And we have become what we are here at this crossroads. And it's a huge source of hope that gives us strength, because if our ancestors survived here for like a couple of thousand years, that means we also will be able to deal with those challenges somehow. Obviously, we're now following the way, it's a pioneering way. We cannot take like Finland's experience after the Winter War, or Israel after, or another experience, or Croatian experience, and copy paste it. There's no countries that we could take and copy paste their experience, but there will be more countries who will want to look at us and copy paste our experience. So that means so another important thing on our agenda So we have to sift through our experience, pollinate each other, cross-pollinating between bubbles where we exist. And I'm happy that we had this interesting discussion. Different institutions. So we talked about dichotomy of security and freedom. So let's thank all participants in this discussion. Інна, Дмитро, Зінаїда, Alexander, Eugene. Since this is the wrap of the event, I will then, on behalf of everyone and the organizers and moderators, I want to wish you all resilience, strength, and ability to properly shape your agenda for your organizations, your communities, so that we all together can help ourselves with the challenges that are ahead. And when the challenges approach that you don't know, you can prepare for them. And everything you can is to increase your capacity, your internal capacity, to deal with any challenges that you don't know. So looking not to the outside and expecting just, but the inside, increasing, expanding your capacity to read what is ahead of you.
Дякую величезно, в тому числі.
Thanks a lot. Thank you, moderator.
Пане Валерію, ми запрошуємо вас всіх
Everybody's invited to this panel discussion to join photo session.
Напевно, що
And
немає вже чого додавати після такої
there's hardly anything to add after such inspired wrap up by Valery, especially for those who used to write an obituary to themselves, like an existential exercise.
Будемо оголошувати цей
So we will declare this a wrap.
тим, що стався площадкою високоінтелектуального і дуже виваженого в рухах.
A highly intellectual waltz, a dance of opinions between the civil society and state institutions. And we will hope that all the messages that we get, we will be able to translate further and live by them. And not only continue spreading the best practices that Valery said, but continue generating them, being able to cooperate with each other, and do this with endless respect to each other. We wrap up the forum. Thanks everyone, participants online and offline. And then now let's make the picture with the participants. Just a couple of minutes, we'll make a big group photo. Everyone who stayed with us, thank you so much, everyone, for participation and co-creation of this forum.